I'm expecting a good learning atmosphere, an interactive one, and also to conquer the fear of glossophobia.
Good morning again. Speaking as someone who is obsessed with public speaking, my expectation is to improve on the skills of public speaking, the confidence, the boldness, and all that it entails in public speaking. Thank you. All right.
My own expectation is like to get away the fairness of public speaking and to be more bold and confident in speaking in public.
My own expectation here is to work on my public speaking act and to be more bold and confident while talking.
All right. Anyone else? All right, perfect. So let me tell you something. The exercise you just did has actually taken you a step or two forward from becoming a better public speaker or better public speakers. So can you please clap for yourselves for that? Perfect. And if you can pronounce anti-glossophobia, that means you're also a step ahead. Isn't that so? Perfect. So now we're going to also share some very fun thing about ourselves before we get into the first training session. But before that, I have a very interesting thing. Who can pronounce B-U-T? Sorry? Bet? Anyone else? Do we all agree with bet? Hmm? Do we all agree with that? All right, so can you make a sentence telling people that instead of pronouncing it B-U-T, the way it should be, let it be the other way. Let's do that. Do you understand? Okay. All right, that's perfect. Now, I want you to do something like, so let me put it in Creole. I want go yonder. Okay, tell and say, not so but na but, like in English. You get that? So let's go. Not so but na but. So put up my English for me now. Okay.
The word is not but bet.
Okay, it's not but bet. You know, you said it's bet. Then now you're telling me it is not but bet. So it should be like it is not but bet, right? So that's the thing about university and college. When we're back in school, we call it but. As soon as we step into the shells of college or university, as the case may be, we now want to pronounce not so but so na bet. But then when you want to translate, like it's not but it's bet. So what is that? All right, never mind. So we want to learn some very fun things about yourself. One of my fun things, or one of the things that I found very interesting doing is being around young people and also being on air, because I am on the radio sometimes, so I love it so much. Like starting with the CFN and the rest of it, moving forward, it helps us to like develop our public speaking skills. And it's really not an easy task, it's a gradual process. If you want to be a public speaker, you have to listen to many speakers whilst they speak. You also need to practice and be in the position to like take corrections. And sometimes, for those of you, I see some representations around from FTN, from Radio Democracy, what else, any other media house? Okay, so never mind. So that is one key thing about public speaking. When you want to assess yourself as a radio or television individual, be sure to get recordings of yourself after performing on air or on maybe on radio or television. Listen or watch yourself. You start by criticizing yourself, and afterwards, you get a friend who is a bit open up to you. Ask them about what they think. So if they give you those things, take them in good faith. Of course, we should be open to criticisms at all times. So no matter the circumstance, you're not the Mr. Know All or the Madam Know All. Okay? One good step of public speaking is when you take criticism in good faith and being sure of, correcting the mistakes and the rest of it. And for the other people that are not into the media as well, we have these Android phones, we have the glass or mirror, as the case may be. These are our practicing tools. So sometimes take your phone, record yourself like a minute or two, and see how it works. How do you, present yourself, and what are the mistakes? Where should you work on? It's very important. Or you record yourself on the phone and try to you analyze. So with that, it becomes easier. Okay? So where's the mic? Who has the mic right now? Oh, it's okay. So we're going to do this phone thing whilst we wait for the first speaker. Let's see. Maybe anyone could volunteer who wants to talk about some of their fun moments. What do you find so very interesting, or what do you find fun in? Yes, who wants to start? A lot of funny things we do, right? That we love. Yes. Monster. Okay.
One of the things I like doing is talking. I like talking a lot.
Okay.
Not like just talking on necessary things, but like one of the things is activism, like speaking on behalf of girls and women towards achieving their goals. And the media side, I love media. Like even if I'm not in front of television or I'm not in the ear, I usually have my phone on radio and listen to what they are saying, or let me say learn more from them. So like that's what inspired me to be part of this training. So like I can build up myself in speaking, and also I can be bold and overconfident in my speech.
Thank you. And be rest assured that by the time you leave this 100 speaker series organized by Anti-Glossophobia, you'll be anti-glossophobic. Is that okay? Never mind. So let's go. Who else? Yes, let's just share any fun. Alex Nada, Kauna, Money, Wiki Leg, or perhaps anything. Just share it. Are we ready for that? Food? Any food is around? All right, so let's do what? All right, so let's do a short exercise while we wait the first speaker. We're going to do a Sean exercise. Have you ever done the Sean exercise? Sean. Okay, so let's stand up and do this Sean exercise. My exercise we do, so we have to turn up small. So Sean exercise is like we're getting the end rhyme word. So when I say Sean, I start with education. So we need all the Sean words. Okay? Be clean, because I know what happens when we do these exercises sometimes. Sean. Are we ready? Where's the mic? All right, please, let's collect it and do the Sean exercise. So when you're done, just pass it to the next individual. The mic can come this way and maybe to this end. Okay? You want to start from the front? All right, let's start with you. What's your name? Philly? Tambati Philly. All right, Sean. So when I say Sean, you say Sean. Okay? Sean. Yes. Exclamation. Good. Sean. When I say Sean, everybody should shout Sean. That SS, the logo can choke me now. Sean. Yes.
Medication.
Sean. Yes. All right, so you're out. Sit down and let's go. You told us to read, but we'll get to read later. Okay, now it's Sean. Yes.
Engagement.
Sean. Move the mic. Sean. Yes.
Juxtaposition.
Wow. Sean. Yes.
Matriculation.
Sean.
Education.
Good. Sean. Yes.
Function.
Good. Sean. Yeah.
Information.
Sean. Action. Did you say action? Okay, Sean. Okay, Sean. Yes.
Action.
Should we accept that? Should we accept it? Okay, but you cheat small, but no problem. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Possession.
Possession. Sean.
Motivation.
Motivation. Sean.
Sean, communication.
Communication. Sean.
Sean. Production.
Sean. Yes.
Session.
Good. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Publication.
Publication. Any other Sean? Yeah, Sean.
Sean. Meditation.
Meditation. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Inspiration.
Inspiration. Okay, let's go around, please. Sean. Yes.
Transaction.
Transaction. Sean. Yes.
Admiration.
Admiration. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Administration.
Administration. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Integration.
Integration. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Justification.
Justification. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
It's integration.
This man, I got the big one. Sean. Sean. Yes.
Action.
Action has been said. So you can just gently take your seat and move the mic to the next individual. You've been, a good try anyway. Sean. Yes.
Accusation.
Accusation. Sean.
Sean. Emotion.
Emotion. Sean.
Sean. Revelation.
Revolution. Okay. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Multiplication.
Multiplication. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Consideration.
Consideration. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Personification.
Personification. We're getting into literature. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Sean.
Yes.
Section.
Okay. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Translation.
Translation. Do we have? Okay. Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Transportation.
Transportation. Okay. Do we still continue or you enjoy the exercise? Okay. So let's take another one. Can we take TTT? Is that okay?
Example.
TTT.
Community.
Yes, example. Okay. Are we okay with that? TTT. You want to start from the back? No, we're taking it in a chronological order. So if we're taking it from Amida, we can come this way, or from Philly. Okay, so Amida this time around. Yes. TTT.
Committee.
Now, good. So when we say TTT, to make it more melodic and how much, we also sound T. Okay? TTT. T. Yes. Creativity. TTT. T. Entity. TTT.
T.
Yeah.
Activity.
TTT.
T.
Oh. That is. But we're not getting there. All right, thank you. You move the mic to the next. Your partners, all right? Are you partners?
No.
Okay, your name?
James.
Good, perfect. TTT. Yes.
Trinity.
Trinity. Perfect. TTT.
Timothy.
TTT. Yes.
Responsibility.
Responsibility. TTT.
T.
Yes.
Opportunity.
Opportunity. TTT.
T.
Yes.
Electricity.
Electricity. Yes. TTT.
T.
Yes. Reality. Okay. TTT.
T.
Yes.
Gravity.
Gravity. TTT. T. Familiarity. Okay. TTT. T. University. All right. All right. Let's go. Yes. Oh, let's take it again. Okay. No, can we move to another one? Okay. So, what should we take now? We're taking Sean and T. Sorry. Ted. Okay, Ted. Okay, Ted. Yes.
Unlimited.
Good. Ted.
Limited.
Ted. Yes.
United.
United. Ted.
Ted.
Yes.
Committed.
Committed. Ted. Yes. Ted. Interrupted. Ted. Yes. Tempted. Somebody called tempted, right? Okay. Okay. Ted.
Ted
Yes.
suspected.
Suspected. Ted. All right. Ted. Yes.
Unexpected.
Unexpected. Ted. All right. Okay. Ted. Final Ted. Are you sure it's the mic? Okay. Ted. Yes. Appreciated. So meaning I appreciate you all and you be seated. All right, so we're about to start with the first speaker. At least we now have some exercise, right? Okay, I think we should introduce the first speaker. Let's see how that goes on. I'm awaiting the projector so that we can see and introduce the speaker. Meanwhile, get yourselves prepared and get your notepads. Make sure you note them down because you might not be able to store everything in your head, but it's going to be okay. So my eyes are a little bit, okay, let me come to this end. So our first speaker today is, of course, my mentor. Of course, he is a product of mass communication and my boss. So ladies and gentlemen, our speaker is a renowned journalist, a specialist in print and broadcast media, a right activist and consultant, a positive social media influencer, and of course, to round it off, he is our public speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sheku Putka Kamara. Round of applause. You're welcome, sir.
Hello, good morning. Do I need a mic? All right, good morning, everybody. I welcome you all to this training session organized by Martin and team, the Anti-Glossophobia Academy. I want to believe that we're in high gear to actually have a better understanding of what public speaking is, but of course, what presentation techniques actually mean. I have a feeling I've actually met a few of you, or perhaps it's the first time to meet a few others, but whatever the case is, it is my expectation that we will have the best of outcomes, and I want to believe that by the schedule I'm having 30 minutes, 10 a.m. to 10:30, so we do a brief presentation plus Q&A, that's question and answer session. First things first, as we are waiting the projector, Martin, are we having that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So let's have a brainstorming. Perhaps it is not new to all of us to hear the term public speaking. Let's have a gist on what you guys understand when we talk about public speaking. And remember from my session, nobody is right and nobody is wrong. It's about saying what you want to say, what you feel like saying, and then that's what we'll use to make another justification. So let's focus on what do we understand when we hear the term public speaking. Yeah. Okay, personal information. Yeah.
In addition to what is public speaking refers to personal speech without having the right or having the speech.
Personal speech without having the right or being discovered. Yes. Any other persons? Alright, so these are all points that are worth noting. Because at the end of the day, from term itself, public speaking, it goes to suggest to all of us that it is not individualistic. You are not doing it for yourself. You are doing it for people, otherwise known as audience members. So among very many other definitions, we could say public speaking is basically the process or approach of making your idea public. You're saying something and you want other people to have an understanding of what you say. But in line with all of that, it works with the flow of a message. And those of you that may have studied communication or a bit of the social sciences, you will understand by now that when you talk communication, it is but a process. And that process starts with you having a message, like what we're here to do today. So we're having a presentation on public speaking. And so the message has to be clear. From the message, as a speaker, we consider you as an encoder, somebody who puts the message in an understandable manner for the audience members, otherwise known as receivers. And those receivers are expected to decode the message, interpret that message in an understandable manner, just so that there is actual communication. Because there are various perspectives. So, for example, one scholar, Isaac Cody, will tell you that communication is not just the giving of information. He is saying it is the giving of understandable information. So, like we're here now, if I'm talking and you're not understanding, Isaac will tell you that perhaps I may not have communicated. And so, other people will tell you it's basically the process of establishing a shared meaning, like Franco Bauja. You talk, I understand, I talk, you understand. And so that's what public speaking and communication could be saying. So in line with the projector, so today we're having fundamentals in presentation and public speaking. So yeah, the next slide. Now I'm saying there is no universal approach in doing public speaking. And there is no fundamental approach to take. But whatever the case is, there has to be a way you take certain things into consideration. And one of those things I have classified as the 5 P's. I'm saying proper planning prevents what? Proper planning prevents pathetic performances or performance. We're basically saying there has to be a way you make a calculated attempt to plan accordingly. Because I tell you, nobody just calls you one morning and say, come and deliver a speech here and now. So for example, Augustine and team did tell me about this a week or 2 ago. So I had it on schedule that I have to make a speech today. So in line with effectively delivering your speech, there has to be a way you plan accordingly. And when you plan accordingly, it helps you a whole lot to understand what to do and what not to do. That is what I'm saying. A person that fails to plan may have less chances of what? So I was hearing all of you say you're claustrophobic, sometimes you have stage fright. Now remember, stage fright is natural. And I'll tell you, before some of us entered the university, you would hardly have a chance or the zeal of effectively talking to the public. Things take time. It's a process. But when the proper planning prevents pathetic performance, we're basically saying, try as best as possible to be systematic and know what to do. That is why the last line is saying, it is necessary to do what? Your homework well and well. So I'm stressing on well and well because the moment you have an understanding of what you have to do, chances are that you may have structured things accordingly. And so we're saying when you fail to plan, it is an argument that you've not done your homework accordingly. So whatever the case is, you must have an understanding of the subject matter. And try as best as possible to have an understanding of the people you are talking to and how that actually helps in making sure that you deliver your speech accordingly. Is this working? Yeah, it's not going. Yes. So maybe you could work on that. So the next line is saying we're talking about effective public speaking. Now remember, you always want to leave a legacy as a public speaker. And that legacy could only be felt if you fully and truly have an understanding of what you're saying. So imagine I am giving a speech on essentials of public speaking. And I'm here talking to you about, for example, let's say agriculture. How is that fully and closely related to what we're doing? So there has to be what we call a symbiotic relationship between the subject matter and what you're delivering. That is always key because members of your audience are expecting you to be an expert in your subject area. So here we're saying a lot of people hate giving presentations in front of an audience. Whether it is just one person or more, it's natural. Sometimes somebody says, I'm going to go to my parents and they go talk. Now remember, there's a line that will tell you, you are not sent to die. I am not here to die. I am here to make a statement. Nobody will kill me if I don't talk. But we're basically saying there has to be self-confidence. Believe in yourself. You're natural. Have a feeling that other people have done this. And in like manner, you have the chance of doing better. But we're saying public speaking is part of what? is part of the job and can affect how what you are at getting your what, advancing what, and receiving what. So we're saying public speaking is a part of life. So first things first, when you know what to say, how to say it and when to say that, you could actually create or establish a fan base of followers. So you hear people say, me, I left that person there. I want to be talk like that person there. They do not like this person. There has to be an impact that person creating in their lives. Otherwise, there's no way they're going to associate themselves with such persons. So we're saying when we do public speaking, there has to be a way you create and establish that impact. You are judged based on the impact you create in society. And it will either be positive or negative. Because in the communications process, that feedback has a chance of being positive or being negative. So we're saying at some point, we all may just have to do some public speaking in life. So be prepared. So you may want to say, perhaps you're not an academic, you may not have to deliver a speech, perhaps in a round table or a conference or seminar, or whatever the case is. If you are a man or woman, you may have to get married at some point in life. You want to say, you're not going to talk for married. So the point is, it is not just about academic. At some point, you have to do public speaking, and there has to be a way you're prepared. And when you are prepared, it's basically a concept of understanding what to say, when to say, and how to say it. And so when we talk about stage fright, I did mention that it is natural because sometimes audience members may be more educated than you, for example. As a public speaker, it does not necessarily mean that you're an expert or the best in your area. But the point is, you have something to deliver, and there has to be a way you effectively deliver that. The next slide, please. So here, we're talking physical communication. So like we're doing, one-to-one, face-to-face. So communication may actually be a whole lot of stuff. It could be interpersonal, it could be mass communication, but whatever the case is, the agenda has to be set. Here we're saying, as you're talking, beware of your words. The body language. You're doing public speaking, and I'm here standing to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here this morning to talk to you about public speaking. When you're doing public speaking, you have to be effective. If you're not effective, it is going to be a problem. Now, what's wrong with that? So I am actually defeating the purpose of my sentence. I'm saying you have to be effective when I am very ineffective. So we're saying the body language is a crucial aspect of public speaking. People have to realize that you have the urge in setting the agenda. So we're saying the right physical communication can have what? On how what is received and what? So we were talking about encoding and decoding. People only decode your message if you may have encoded it accordingly. By decoding, they are interpreting what you're saying. And by encoding, you are actually trying to understand what you have to deliver. So if you're not up to the task, then it becomes a problem. Now we're saying face your audience and stand with your feet. Sometimes it is not a universal law that you must always stand to deliver a speech. Depending on the kind of program, sometimes you are expected to be seated. But whatever the case is, there has to be a way you relate to the audience. When you relate to the audience, it gives them a better understanding of relating with you, plus also having an understanding of what the focus of the program may be. Now we say make eye contact, but there's a caveat. We're saying not for two words. You don't want to appear what? And or what? Inquisitive. When we say eye contact, it is very, very not too cool just to be talking to yourself. There has to be a way you make a second or two eye contact to members of your audience, but when saying you do not have to be disturbing. So imagine I'm doing a presentation and then perhaps I'm just looking at this film, just this film. It becomes irritating because at the end of the day, you are talking to an audience and not an individual. So these are things that have to be taken into consideration. And as we're saying, don't remain what? You have to move around what? But don't what? Own the available space on stage. If it's necessary, now we'll take this as a stage. It is always advisable to move about, not to stand in one area, because it gives you confidence. As you're talking about nervousness, if you're just standing in one area, for example, let's say I'm trembling. I mean, people would actually suspect that I'm trembling and I'm standing here. But if you're moving about, perhaps it gives you the opportunity to actually own up more space and deliver accordingly. And then lastly, here we say avoid crossing your arms, clapping your hands behind or in front of your body or hands in pockets. So for example, I am talking to you. Thank God there's a mic and there's this mouse. How do I begin to clap? Begin to talk to you about public speaking and then I'm just clapping all over the place. It is defeating the purpose. You do things lightly and act if they are needed. If there's a point about clapping, it is always okay. And like I did mention, it depends on the kind of presentation you're doing. Because sometimes the settings or approaches would actually inform you that there are certain things that have to be taken into consideration. And so those are things we actually look out for. Now we're saying, keep your hands free for what? Expressive gesticulation. People must see action. What you're doing is to impact or establish knowledge. That knowledge has the proclivity of going a long way for people to have an understanding. And so you must always gesticulate accordingly. The next slide. So now we're saying the speaking pace. Keep a steady pace. Now when we come to nervousness, we're saying your nerves may what? To what? To get to the what? But you will make it what? And what? Dampen your message. If you begin to say because you are afraid, you cannot deliver, then you are actually defeating yourself. There's always a way for you to believe in yourself and realize that it is always possible. And those are things you take into consideration because you want to hit the nail on the head. Here we're saying, vary your pitch. Now, monotonous voices are boring and difficult to listen, but don't use over. Also try not to use an awkward inflection at the end of a sentence. It makes you sound like you're unsure about things you're saying. Now, I always tell my students, among other things, when you're doing public speaking, I would encourage you not to be too loud and not to be too low. Try as best as possible to be on a medium height, and depending on the kind of conference. This voice may not work for a conference where we're having perhaps 500 people or more. So I'm saying, the more you see the crowd, and based on the setting, the setup actually helps you to understand how to speak and how not to speak. But even as we're having this feel normal, if I'm here talking to you and then as if I'm not ready to talk, the message may still not go out clearly. So always in terms of voice control, it is advisable, do not be too loud, do not be too low, try as best as possible to be on a medium height. So we do an experiment. What's wrong with this idea of saying? So then we're doing public speaking, and I just hope that you understand what we're saying. Now remember, when you're doing public speaking, you must actually have an understanding of what you're doing. Now what's wrong with what I just did? The voice is slow, right? And perhaps other people may not be getting what I'm saying. Now let's imagine this one. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mr. Abu Akasi. Today, I said today we're doing public speaking. Now, what do you think this one for that? So, I am too loud, right? Now, we're saying you are the agenda setter, you are the public speaker. You determine what you do based on the members of the audience and the amount of people that may be actually in the house. Now, we're saying pronunciation is also very necessary. We're saying don't mumble and ensure that all of the what? Syllables are what? Practice how to say what and phrases. So sometimes in media and communications, we're saying the duty of a journalist is to get the facts right. And we have argued that the modern journalist is someone that is highly informed, and he or she has to be well read on exceptional matters. So if you do not know how to pronounce, you do not know the meaning of words, which impact are you going to create? When we have already said that your idea is to set an agenda, speaking to the public and people to have an understanding of what the subject matter is. So it is always of essence to have a better understanding of what you do. That takes us back to the idea of practicing, because we did say that proper planning prevents what? Pathetic performance. The next slide. Next slide. Fine. So now we're saying you are talking to members of the audience. It is recommended to have a fear, if not what? of the people that you do what? This could help to make things what? And what? Knowing members of the audience may also aid you in what? Your choice of what? And length of. But I'm saying, hey, keep it what? Do not be what? Because what? Now we're saying, when you're doing public speaking, if you do not have an understanding of the people you are talking to, it could have some debilitating effects. Because at the end of the day, if you do not know who you are talking to, you do not know the subject matter, you do not know what to say, then it could have a chance of hindering the effectiveness of your publication or presentation. But again, we come back to nervousness being natural. We're saying you are not what? So if you think say that you don't want us to be talk, we're not to be talk. So have a feeling that you are a part of that class. But as you get along, chances are that you will improve on the presentation of public speaking skills. So we say fear gets the better of almost what? All and suddenly, nervousness may what? But what? So the point is, have a feeling that other people have done this. And try as best as possible to equate yourself to that situation. That if other people have done it, you could do things even better. And so we're saying, do you know that for audience, right? Remain calm and what? And surely know your what? So we're stressing that you must know the message. Again, it depends on the kind of presentation because sometimes you could have perhaps a manuscript presentation like we're having. The PowerPoint is compiled, you just go over the slides and begin to deliver. But sometimes you could just have a memorized presentation. Perhaps no PowerPoint, no stuff, no notes. You just form and then you deliver based on the research you may have done. Or you could have what we call an extemporaneous presentation where you're not fully prepared. Maybe you just have a minute or two to the presentation, or let's say an hour or two. Then you just try to do things that way. But whatever the case is, you must try as best as possible to know your message because you have to get what. If what you're saying is not correct, I would advise you to avoid public speaking. That is why we're talking about research and knowing what to say. Add some humor. Do not be too academic. Even in my classroom, I do not speak English all day, all night. I am not an English professor. I am a Sierra Leonean. But the point is, humor helps people to be more relaxed and ensure that they have an understanding of what you're doing. So ease the tension and try as best as possible to hit the nail on the head like we're saying. Now we're saying fun is necessary, but must not be too hot. This not a comic show. Even though they say try for add humor, we'll not care for that until there has to be a way you get the message and then relate back with the audience. So we're saying, save that for the occasion calls you. Like you see comedians, that's their job, to make you laugh. So they would always do that. So we're saying, embrace the challenge and learn as you what. And where necessary, get what? It helps. There are people you admire in society, you like what they do, try as best as possible to reach out. Sometimes it does not have to be physical communication. Now with social media, Marshall McLuhan did predict the idea of a global village. You could use Facebook, WhatsApp, or what have you, and then you could always ensure that you set an agenda so you communicate accordingly. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My time ends here, and I'll open the floor for questions. Kawa, MC, are you moderating the session for questions? Fine. So, yeah, the mic is here for questions. Thank you. And the point is, if you do not ask some questions, I'll ask you questions. Because I am a teacher. Yes. Yep.
What if you are given a and someone from the audience asks you a question, and I don't think it's because they are not able to talk. I don't think they are thinking about what to say. So what should be the aside you think about what they
Okay. Now let's always have this clear. You do not always have to be in a position to answer every question. But whatever the case is, if you're doing a presentation and there's somebody asks you a certain question, if it's not in line with your AR of presentation, the goal is to tell that person that this is not what I'm talking about. However, if it is in line with your AR of presentation and you do not have the relevant answer at the time, always be as best as possible to refer that person to some other time or some other session. But if it's not in line with your area, people to say that's not in line. But if it is, make that clear of a promise to deliver in subsequent editions. Yeah? Yeah. Next one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, after we have gone through all the processes to public speaking, and now you are giving a speech, but peradventure you had an interruption while giving the speech. So for the speech, so what do we do to overcome that? Can we continue talking, or we have to wait?
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, noise is something natural. It could be physical, psychological, mechanical, whatever the case is, no matter the kind of interruption. But when that happens, it is always of essence to calm the situation. So if it's noise, you always draw the attention of the people making or causing that noise so that they would actually be on a better scale. Because the point is you're delivering a speech. And if people are not getting what you're saying, then you may not have fully communicated. So it is always of essence to talk to those people, calm the situation down, and continue with your speech. It's not bad at all. Yeah.
While giving a speech publicly again, is it necessary for you to ask questions during your speech, or you wait after your speech has been delivered?
You are always at liberty to ask questions, make gesticulations, create humor. Sometimes you're not asking questions because you do not have an understanding. You're asking because you want to relate to the audience members, just so that they could also have their say in line with your presentation. So it is not bad to ask questions because you want to relate with members of the audience. Yep. Yeah. We'll have the lady in the
Is it necessary to memorize your speech while speaking to a large audience?
Okay, it depends on what you're most comfortable with. If you actually think that the manuscript presentation where you have all your speech prepared is okay for you, fine. But if you think the memorized version is cool for you, it is always okay.
What if something go wrong, like any commotion take place and you get lost, you don't know what to do at that point? What will
Now that's critical. Perhaps you may have memorized the speech or you have the manuscript aspect. If it does not go well, or let's say you forget a line or two, or you just mix up everything, try as best as possible to end the speech there. Because I tell you, you are not there to misinform people. When you miss what you're saying, you have misinformed people, and your name is going to go down in the bad books. And sometimes even your family name comes in. They say that name like family. You know, the point is, if what you're saying is not correct, leave that. If you're not sure what you're saying, leave that. But in terms of presentations, go with what you're most comfortable with. If it's about reading, fine. If it's about memorizing, fine. Do what you think is okay for you. Yeah. Okay. So there are millions of ways you actually gain the interest of the audience. First things first, we're saying know your subject matter. When you know what you're saying, you know the area, people would have an understanding that you're an expert of the area. So you hear people say, that man is not ability to talk, or that man is not understand what people say. So the point is, get those facts, prepare accordingly, and deliver well. But you can also use heuristic techniques. You create form where necessary, but we did mention that do not overdo it because when you overdo it, it may be a defeatist tendency, and you do not want to see yourself in that situation. So what are the time? It depends on the kind of presentations. Presentations could last for as short as, let's say, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This one was for 30 minutes. You could have an hour, 2 or more, depending on the session. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
In case you're given presentation that requires you to stand behind the left hand and you strengthen it, what should you do to prevent people from doing this?
Okay, so I was talking about moving and going up to the space. Trembling could be natural, stage fright could be natural. That is why we always say, do not be standing on one position, for example. If I'm standing here and I'm trembling, perhaps all of you would actually have an understanding that something has gone wrong. But if I am moving about, it helps to make things a bit clearer. So gesticulate accordingly, move about freely, and try as best as possible to have confidence in yourself. Because that's actually what helps you to do that. Say something?
Like during the speech, you have to be area and people you are talking to. For instance, if you are talking to market women, you won't expect them to look very well. So therefore, you need to look at that level. Yeah, you talk to you, or even if you excite a man, you can talk to him in language. And if you're talking to people in primary school, you have to be simple English because like they want to understand which jargon school that you have to students and all. And if you're talking to be like to them, you have to know the way you talk, the manner in which you talk to them, because most of them know what you're about to say, or even before you say, you have to be monitored at least.
Yeah, so I think that actually helps in talking to the people. That's what we're saying, have an understanding of who you're talking to. Although these days we have market women that speak English, but whatever the case is, we'll go for the universal alphabet. Normally we have a feeling that those people are not too educated. So understand the subject matter, know who you are talking to, and try as best as possible to speak at a minimum level. Because even in the universities, there are students that do not speak English at all in the universities, even at our own public college. We were every day. So the point is, it's about the area, the setting, and how you actually speak for people to understand. Because, like Isaac was saying, it's about understandable information. And like Frank was saying, the shared meaning has to be established. So, know who you're talking to and what to say. Like,
And yeah, actually, in public speaking or giving a presentation, we want to bring to take into consideration body language. It's very, very more essential, especially when you are speaking to an audience. Like somebody not in the network, but the way they look at you will show that they are understanding what you are trying to say. So you really have to look at the body language, whether they are understanding what you are saying or they are insulting.
so that's always the best thing. So lastly, and then maybe just to
How
to
can
end.
one
Okay, so we're saying sometimes you're naturally frightened by things that happen. But whatever the case is, practice. The more you do it, so we're saying keep doing it. The more you do it, the better you become. And try as best as possible to have situations where people have delivered excellent speeches or previous examples and then own up to those things and try to be better in your sessions. Yeah.
Is it essential to make people like because in some cases I know that the children speaks openly but stands in a certain position without moving. But when it is the last man.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's a choice. We do not have a universal theory that says it is a must to move about everywhere. If you're comfortable standing up in one place and then deliver your speech, that's fine. If you're not comfortable, we always say, do what's okay for you. And the point is, you want to ensure that you do things accordingly. So do what's fine for you. Yeah. Lastly, please, my time is up.
I would love to know how to manage the podium during your presentation.
Now, it takes a whole lot of things. First of all, managing podiums starts with the organizers. You are not a public speaker, you are not an organizer. Sometimes you could be a public speaker and an organizer at the same time. But whatever the case is, it's about doing the homework well, plus also having an understanding of the area. I want to believe that before the Anti-Glossophobia Academy actually came here, they were here to do actually what you want to call a pre-understanding of this area and how to set up the area. So if you're the speaker and you want to plan the stage accordingly, do it in line with what you're comfortable with, because it's about you talking and people having an understanding of what you say. Yeah? Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shekota, for that one. Hello, technical team. All right, never mind. Thank you so much, Mr. Butka, for that one, and hope you actually have learned a lot of things from that, right? Was it okay for you? Yes, I realized it because I saw the participation. A lot of you people asked questions that were raised much more on relevance, and so it means that you actually grasp what was being said. So now, some of the things that I noted were about public speaking. The noise. Somebody asked when you've been, interrupted during your session about noise. How do you handle the situation? And then Mr. When necessary, especially because you want to be part, you want to be talking at the same time. People are not listening because the main purpose of focus on aim of communicating is for you to pass on information so that people can get you and at the same time they understand and maybe get a feedback from it as situation. And also asking questions for clarification is also very important. Because one of the things that you also discussed in this presentation. Also, if you're not sure about something when you're doing a presentation, you advise to leave it. Don't say something to people when you're not sure. At the end of the day, when you are on a platform, whether being an MC, a public speaker, as soon as you're behind the platform or the podium, it's you as the Mr. Expert, right? Or the Madam Expert, right? So you don't want to deceive your audience by telling them things that are not right. So if you're not sure, being sure to just leave it and clarify when it's necessary. Then you do what is what is supposed to be happening. Then moving about really to help you in terms of combating the fear is also another important thing which you noted. So I'm sure we're not going to waste much time. We're about to get our next speaker who is already in AUX mode. Meanwhile, if you just coming, just be reminded that this is the Anti-Glossophobia series, and it is the project 100 trainers. Finally, I'm relieved. All right, never mind. So, it seems like, hello, hola. All right, let's move on to the normal piece. But then let's get prepared for the next guest speaker, okay? So the next guest speaker, of course, can we have it on the project? All right, great. So our next guest speaker is actually a household name for young people, and he is the executive. All right, he's the executive director of the Project Advocacy Network and a facilitator of peace seminars. I suppose my eyes, seminars, workshops, and conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Osman Keita. AUX mode.
So good morning to you. And we in a gathering of dynamic young people, please, you can say that. There has been some bad things. No, you can save that. Just save it. They are watching live. They are watching live. Maybe we can save the bad thing. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Well, my tax here will be very, very much brief and a bit compact. I was informed to discuss two key things. One, leadership. And they have asked me to also include my darling topic, that's patriotism. So, in this short time, we shall be looking at two things, and leadership and that of patriotism. But my session will be very, very much interactive, and I am imploring you all for us to have a discussion for us to discuss on these two key things, because I strongly believe that you all are very, very much of faith with these two key things. True or false? True or false? So far, I shall be asking questions. I shall be asking questions. But what things I shall be relating them to the context of Sierra Leone as a nation, our darling land. Sierra Leone as a nation, our darling land. So with this, I will now use this opportunity to tell you guys a story. Within that story, we shall now open our discussion. Are we okay for the story? Yes. Okay, so now I shall be introducing myself once more. I am not Ansuman Akita, you call me now the Patriot. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Patriots. No, don't clap for the Patriots like that. You clap for the Patriots in our patriotism. Bam, 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 bam. So let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the Patriots. No. Children of now, listen, like clapping for your elder. When clapping for your elders, clap like this. Bam, 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 bam. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the Patriots. Children of now, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the Patriots. What's the problem? Because of the breakfast. Okay, now you can bring the breakfast. It's okay. Please don't just bring it. Bring it. Please sit down. So, brothers and sisters, I want to tell you a story. Now you reply to me in yes or no. I want to tell you a story. Yes or no. I want to tell you a story. Yes or no. I want to tell you a story. Yes or no. I want to tell you a story. Yes or no. I want to tell you a story. Yes or no. Now it's clear when I say I want to tell you a story. Say, well, tell me, go. I want to tell you a story. Tell me, go. Fling for me. I want to tell you a story. I let you all you the insect. Just fling for me. I tell you a story. I let you all you fling like take what say for me. I want to tell you a story. Tell me, go. So I shall not be. And there are greater speakers who shall be giving speech. So I shall be limiting it in a very entertaining way. See how best we can deal with these two topics, like leadership and patriotism. So I want to tell you a story. Say that, but tell me, Bo. I want to tell you a story. Tell me, Bo. Here we are two lovely friends. Two amazing friends. Wonderful friends. They love each other. Just like the way all of us here, we are now looking at the small breakfast they are giving us. Just like my brother is now chewing the biscuits given to him. Just like my sister is chewing secretly with the face mask It's biscuit given to her. I want to tell you now. So these two friends, they were bra parrot and bra rabbit. Bra what? Parrot and rabbit. They decided to embark on a journey. They decided to embark on a journey from Liverpool Street to Waterloo. From where? They decided not to take keke because they want to enjoy their journey. They decided not to take koda because they want to what? Enjoy their journey. They decided not to take okada because they want to enjoy their journey. And they decided to walk with their feet. Walk up from Liverpool Street to Waterloo. So on their way going, because of the love, because of everything, the parrot was singing. Now, you now is served as the rabbit. You reply to me that Zapelli no way, Zapelli no way, Zapelli no ziggy sabuna, Bandani ye. Are you ready? So if you are tuned, just make and you like it. So I will start my life. Okay, you reply. Yeah, okay, we go like this. Together, everybody. Put the biscuit up. Again, abang cafe yang kowe, adok mamuna kuna. Abang cafe yang koga yonga, adok mamuna kuna. You reply. Sapelindo way. Again. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo zigisa. Bandani ye. Abang cafe yang kowe, adok mamuna kuna. Abang cafe yang koga yonga, adok mamuna kuna. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo zigisa. Bandani ye. Bandani ye. Bandani ye. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo zigisa. Bandani ye. Sapelindo zigisa. Bandani ye. Abata veyenko we. Adoma munakuna. Abata veyenko gayonga. Adoma munakuna. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo way. Sapelindo zigisa. Bandani ye. So they decided to embark on this journey from Liverpool Street to Waterloo until they reach now Calvert. They were smiling about Cafeyenko way, Adopa Monacona, about Cafeyenko Gayonga, Adoma Monacona. And they try Sapelindo way, Sapelindo way, Sapelindo Ziza. And then, yeah, so within 5 seconds from Calvert they reach Waterloo. When they reach Waterloo, they enter into a bush. You know now the quality of that parrot. What is one of the qualities of that parrot? Talks too much and was so excited, singing about the people. We are jumping, smiling, laughing until parrots go bucking fruits. One big stone and entered into a very big hole. Who entered into a very big hole? Very big hole, eh? Who entered there? Black parrots. My parrot entered. I'm happy for that. What? My darling friend, my wonderful body, my lovely body, he don't enter here. So what he do is send the first right hand go down, enable for cooler. He send the left hand go down, enable for cooler. They go one, they go fair hope, they send and they go 2 shots. They decided to, okay, no. Now, at Liverpool Street, there's a very, very big ladder there. Let me come there from Waterloo to Liverpool Street. You understand? And find this ladder and go and give it to my darling friend so that I will be able to save my darling friend. So upon that, the rabbits embarked on the journey to return to Liverpool Street. So within the next 5 minutes, he was at Liverpool Street, took the letter, and within the next 2 minutes, he also went to Waterloo. Surprisingly, for Bragabit, he met his dear friend, Parrot, sweating profusely, and he breathed fast. But he was now out of the hole. And he said, what? Within the next 5 minutes, I tried my level best, my darling, for me to take you out from this hole. Now we are out. How did you come out from this hole? He said, my best friend, my dearest friend, when you left me, a very big snake entered the hole. What entered the hole? What entered the hole? First point. What entered the hole? I had no option. I had what? No option. It's either I save myself or I will be doomed. Let's start. When you left, what entered the hole? I had no option. It's either I save myself or I will be doomed, perish and die. So I tried my level best. I pulled myself out. I struggled. 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 I struggled until I touched the edge of the hole. Then I was out. Because the snake was here. So we started singing again. About the cafe and go away. I dog my muna. But cafe and go yonga. I dog my muna. No way. Somebody no way. Somebody goes visa. So, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, now we've seen the story. Look at this story vividly, relate it to the area of Sierra Leone as a nation. Sierra Leone as a nation since 1961, we have a very big snake. And now our option, we are not in struggle for us to save ourselves. So what is happening in Sierra Leone? We are still here because of the lack of two things. Who can delegate more? Yes, my lady. And if you don't know, it's okay, just smile. And if you laugh, it seems that you know. So who can help me delegate? In line with the story, but tell me now, what do you understand in the context of Sierra Leone as a nation? Yes, yeah.
According to the story, Sierra Leone as a nation, the snakes there represent poverty.
Okay, it represents poverty, powerful, hardship,
corruption.
Yes, corruption. Yes. Struggle for existence in Sierra Leone,
Yes.
powerful.
And because there is no option due to the lack of leadership, you don't have
Lack of what? Leadership. I love that. Lack of competent people.
So that to save us from the snake, which is poverty and all. So that's why Sierra Leone is doomed.
Boom. Sure. But do you agree with her? If you don't agree, just smile. It's okay. Very handsome guy. Do you agree with her? Yes, my lady. Yeah, yes.
In line with what you are saying, or when I got is in the goal, it represents the leader. Like the leader should be the one that should, let me say, bring bring us out of that situation or situation. So like if the leaders try very hard to get rid of all those corruption, poverty, marginalization, injustice, I think Sierra Leone will become a better home.
A better one. Yes, my lady. Sure. The snake represents leadership. Awesome. Okay. That's why we are doomed. Amazing. Any other? Yes.
I will start by trying to begin with the defense, like for the powers and the force. So yeah, the two friends here symbolizes the relationships Sierra was having with our colonial period. And then we are left to sort out our problems where the snake entered. And the snake here symbolizes the poverty, the corruption, the hardship, self-existence, and all. And now we are left with two things. Either we save ourselves
Or we become doomed. So now, it's either we save ourselves or we become doomed. What is doom? You not the movie doom. Eh? Come again? Darkness. Yes.
Suffering.
Finding your ways. Who else? Suffering and the lights. Okay. So this is what we are asking this country as an issue. Now, if we are talking about patriotism, us all we know what is patriotism. I strongly believe, let us stand and recite the national pledge. We can see patriotism here. Please let us stand. Yes, 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
My love and loyalty to my country.
The first problem is here. Most of us, we don't know how to recite, read the pledge. We know how to sing it. You understand? So now if I say, let us read the pledge, you understand? It will be a catastrophe. So now if we are going to read the pledge, we see in the first line, we've already pledged. What do we understand about pledging something? Taking an oath. You understand? Two things in the first line. Love and loyalty to what? Line 2 says what? And line 2, you are using the word vow. V-O-W. What do we understand by vow? The swear. Swear in swear now when you want to swear. For say what you swear for say? Serve. Who is that representing? Faithfully at all times. So what is the meaning? I like you sleep. There's a go render service for this country. You for ready for doing. Is that okay? Let's go to line 3.
Honor and good name.
Defend Sierra Leone. Honor the name of Sierra Leone and protect the good name of Sierra Leone. So, as young people, most of us we engage in conversation, mainly when people are talk to us here. Talk and go, talk and can this country need it. This country without lucky. Me, now for me, no matter way for go Babel, sugar falls. Most of us we also engage in such discussion, which I strongly believe it is very, very much detrimental. What's the other line?
Always work for my unity, freedom, and prosperity.
It is working for the unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity of Sierra Leone. And what's the other one? You put the interest of Sierra Leone above all else. And finally, you call upon and the Almighty God. You invoke God for what? For God to end. And God is the creator for you and I. Anything that is pertaining the Almighty God, you don't in no way with anything like joke there. I think that's the big problem that we are facing in this country. You understand? And in order for us to achieve this national pledge, you can also check section 13, paragraph B of Act number 6 of 1991 Constitution. Read it, you will see patriotism clearly spelled here. And for us to achieve patriotism in our country, we need strong leadership. And leadership has three things, three words. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Three things. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. A leader is who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So, in rounding off, because time is not important, correct? I just need one person to analyze this definition of leadership. Because in achieving patriotism, we need what? Strong leadership. And a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So who can explain this? A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Yes? If I look at you, don't know, smile. It's okay. And when you laugh, it seems like you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you know, yes, yeah. Okay, when we talk about a leader, is one who knows the way. In order for you to serve this country, or in order for you to be a leader, you must know what you want to do. You must know your agenda. We've had very good agenda. Agenda for change, agenda for prosperity, new direction, agenda with plethora of things. You understand? So now, our leaders first should know what they are placing on their agenda. With all sincerity. Do we understand? And next, they must be ready to sacrifice. They must be ready to take the lead. You understand? When Ambassador Martinez wanted to start this event, he himself met us using his own fiscal and physical efforts for the prosperity of this event. You understand? And finally, when you are willing to go the way and willing to sacrifice, you should be ready to show the way. You lead others. You lead by example. Do you understand? So, and I hope this brief lesson and on leadership and patriotism, you understand, very brief. With the story, I believe they have convinced you a bit, or you've learned a bit. True or false? You understand? But and I just want to warn the organizers, the host, and that of the entire Anti-Glossophobia Academy, all of us. When treating with such topic, they are very, very much critical to ensure that we give the required time. Me, notwithstanding, thank you, Martinez, thank you, Eric, and thank you all. Why are you going to put me? Thank you all. You don't clap like that. This is your problem. Don't clap for your elder like I stand up and clap. Children of nowadays. 1, 2, 3, go.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Ansumana Keita, for that presentation. And of course, you might have been informed and enlightened about what leadership is, and of course, patriotism. When you see him, you think about a patriot. So that is all about him. Can we do the song that he was doing? Can I start it? Yes. Let's give it up. All right, so if you're just joining, you are still with the 100th speakers series organized by Anti-Glossophobia, and we're here actually looking at the hall, but that's a very wonderful one. Anyway, so before we get into the next speaker, let me just take a look at some great things which he highlighted during his presentation. One of the most important things was about a leader who should know the way, go the way, and show the way, right? So that is about leadership and patriotism, pledging our love to our country, and how much can we, be in a position of not just saying it or perhaps singing it, but also actualizing it and practicalizing it, which is quite very important. Okay, so leadership is very important, and we are going to learn a lot. There are a lot more speakers who will be coming here anytime from now. So, can I ask you a question? Do you know how critical English language is? Can someone please pronounce S-O? So. I heard so. S-O is what? Hmm? So, okay. Now the linguistic language. All right, never mind. So what is N-O? S-O is what? N-O? D-O? I had no. Never mind. That's the thing about English language. S-O is so, N-O is no. But when it comes to D-O, it's no. Don't blame it. It's not God's fault. All right, perfect. So now we're about to move on to the next speaker, and he has 30 minutes, and he will be taking us through another leadership session. So listen attentively and be sure to actually follow up with all the sessions and the rest of it. So he is the chief executive officer, founder of that organization, and he's a Muslim entrepreneur or Muslimpreneur. I saw this new word. I love it, Muslimpreneur, and he also serves as a leader or a member of the Agro FP, I suppose. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Abdul Hussein Hassan Kamara.
Thank you, Ika, for having me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, today is Friday, and we all know in the Islamic manner, today is Juma, right? So permit me to greet you all with the most respectable greeting, the most popular greeting, the greetings of the Jannatis. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And to our dear brothers and sisters of other faith, may the Lord be with you. All right, so I'll not be long today. Inshallah, I'm here to talk about leadership specifically. Of course, we know the theme for the training is public speaking and leadership. Is that so? All right. So I'm specifically talking about leadership. Of course, it's a very important tool that we all need. Is that also to develop in our career path, to grow, and to have the kind of success that we all anticipate in life. So. Talking about leadership, what do we understand by the term leadership? Anyone? Yes, please. Very good. Any more? Anyone to help us with leadership? Okay, so you want to be a leader, or even more fun, you don't want to be a leader. Who wants to be a leader? And also it's fun that some people don't want to be a leader. We know that, right? Okay, so but you find yourself in a position where you have to step up at times. There are many cases that we all find ourselves in such positions, right? And likely every one of us will find ourselves in a leadership position at some point in life, right? Even if it's the point of being a parent. Do we know our parents are leaders? Right? Okay. So even if it's at that particular point that we find ourselves of becoming a parent, or rather still becoming an elder brother or an elder sister, are you the elder brother in your family? All right. So how do you cope with the leadership opening within the family membership? Isn't it stressful to be able to manage your younger brothers and sisters? So, in most cases, many of us find it so difficult to be able to handle such and such a situation, right? So it's something that we should, be able to level up on, especially when it comes to family matters, family affairs, because in a more broader term, many people don't want to be leaders for the world, right? They just want to be leaders for their family, right? But it's important that we improve our skills of becoming leaders in different areas in life, right? So leadership is one of my favorite topics myself, and not because it comes naturally to me, but it's more like being particular and practical about the said subject itself. And with no mentorship, I had no mentorship myself, and with no guide, it has been a weaker point for me. right? So not being one to accept the fact that this was my weakness, I developed on various skills of becoming a leader. So I decided to learn as much as possible about leadership and work on implementing it. Of course, it's a work in progress. Right? It's not something that I've achieved, but it's a work in progress, as many things in life, right? So I guess also a work in progress for each and every one. Is that also? So we get to grow and grow and grow. We keep on developing ourselves every blessed day, right? We shouldn't stop. But today I'm sharing a few of my tips of leadership, right? To bring out the leader in you. Is that leader in you? Right? Is it in you? Okay. So first, lead yourself. That's my first point. Uh, the pens, please. Yeah, the pens. Lead yourself. Right? How do we lead ourselves? Anyone to help us with that? How do we lead ourselves? Yes.
First, we have to learn and you react. For instance, you want to tell someone not to do that. First of all, you have to practice that yourself by not to do that, and then by that others to see, and then react.
Very good. That's a very important point of leading yourself. And more importantly, leading yourself is the most hardest part about leadership, right? For you to conquer that aspect of leading myself, it comes with a great responsibility, with also a great sense of focus. Yes, you want to help us. The young man here talks about principle, right? So it's something that you never stop working on, right? Leading yourself is something that you never stop working on. Because when you set principles, you want to work with these principles yourself before you find other people following you, right? Okay, so no one is going to look at us as a leader, right? When we do not have our own acts together. Do we notice that when you do not have your own acts together, like you tell someone, I want you to be a practicing public speaker, right? But you yourself cannot get to the podium and then be able to speak about things. How do you get to motivate other individuals to go to the podium and then speak about things? Right? So it's a difficult task, but it's something that we should be able to combat ourselves so that we be able to explore the world, right? So in leading ourselves, we have to be willing to look in the mirror and see what are the things that we need to improve. Maybe you are struggling with self-discipline or time management. That many people suffer with self-discipline, right? Time management is also a very key a tool that we will need to grow in time with, right? So maybe it's a quick temper, right? You have a friend that have a quick temper. Is that also, right? Many of us does, right? And maybe it's a low self-esteem and negative or judgmental attitude. We have many people also that have this judgmental attitude. They are quick to judge other people, right? Okay, so we've experienced that in over time with our colleagues and we ourselves, right? So you want to be able to combat such and such a situation, and only you know what you need to work on, right? Me myself, when I look in the mirror, I know myself better than anyone else. True or false, right? So I can tell my own faults that anybody else, right? So if I look in the mirror, I should be able to tell myself, oh, Hussein Hassan, you're not handsome, you're so ugly, right? So I want you to work on yourself. I want you to be physically fit. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. So it's something that we should keep on working on. And but and we have other people also in our lives, maybe our friends, our family members, that may notice some of these are of our faults, right? But they may or may not tell us, right? In fact, someone may not be brave enough to stand up to you and tell you, brother, you are so handsome, right? Or maybe tell you your faults, right? But we need to look into the mirror and then be able to identify some of these challenges that we have within ourselves. So humans are designed to keep learning and growing, and we have to embrace the process. Just by reading or listening to books, right? So it's something that we should encourage ourselves to do, especially when we want to combat the area of self-leadership. Let's be able to listen to audiobooks and be able to listen about inspirational speakers, on and on and on, go to seminars, go to workshops, things like this and so on. That will improve us, and then we will have a better mindset, right? The good news is, once you get into personal growth, you are going to become addicted to it, totally addicted to it. Mr. Augustine Martinez, right? Are you addicted to self-personal growth? No. Yes, right? So as we admire the Anti-Glossophobia Academy as of now, we want to grow in time, just as how the Glossophobia Academy is growing. So we ourselves need to be addicted to self-growth, personal growth. You know, we need to be learning different kinds of things. We need to be improving ourselves every blessed day. So remember that you can only lead people as far as you have gone yourself, right? So never stop pushing further. So this area is something so interesting that you want to lead other people, but you yourself, you haven't gone that far. You know, it's a challenge, right? So the other day I had a friend who told me, who says, I want you to teach me how to swim, right? So I asked him, why me? Right? Have you seen me swimming? Right? And then he told me, you know, the other time we went to number 2 beach, I saw you were like fish in the water. So I want to actually be able to have this particular skill. So I said to myself, if I didn't have this skill, this other friend would never have thought of, you know, bringing me into his life. Is that not so? So if you do not know how to like manage your very self, you do not know this particular skill, and then you want to go teach someone for the aspect of swimming, maybe you end up there. Right? Isn't so? Because if you get into that water and then you drown, it's not to blame, right? So we want to master some aspect of personal skills for ourselves, wherever we can be able to mentor other people or drag other people with us, right? So a point that is so important with me here is be a contributing factor to society. How many of us are contributing factors to society? Major reason. How are you contributing factor to society? Yes, please. Wow. Very good. Any more? Yes, please. Social worker. That's a very marvelous work. Yes, sister. Oh, yeah. That's a key. Teachers, we have great respect for teachers. And talking about teacher, or you mentioned the teacher, please let observe a moment of silence for Mr. Mundo. Right? He was a mentor, he was a hero for all of us, right? Please let bow our heads, and if you are Christian, maybe out of prayer for him, and if you are a Muslim, let our prayer for him as well. For a moment of silence. Amen. Amen. All right, so we continue. So remember that good leaders do not boss others, right? Okay, so maybe some people picture a leader as someone who bosses other people around, and it's like, oh yeah, I've had, you know, a bunch of followers doing stuff for me. Well, I hate to break it for you that if you think that particular way, being a leader is all about serving other people, right? You should be able to have the motion of service within you. So if you want to improve your leadership skills, get used to working harder than everyone else, right? Good leaders do not just boss other people around, but they step up and then they work for themselves, and then they inspire other people to work for them, right? So remember that good leaders doesn't boss others, they inspire others. So how you inspire others? One is by doing the hard work, showing them how it's done. Right? You cannot be a leader and then expect to just be commanding people to do the work for you, and you yourself you're not doing anything. Right? You know, that doesn't make you a leader. So as a leader, if you say you have a set project, you have a set goal to accomplish, and then you have a certain project to be able to work on, you have to be there for yourself and then be able to do something, and and then you can have followers following you around, able to do some of those activities for you. So by believing in them, right, be able to believe in other people as well, right, holding them as capable as possible, right, be able to give them responsibilities and then guide them towards accomplishing this particular responsibility that you've already given to them. I think it's a sort of like a guided steps, right? You cannot be a leader, maybe you give someone a responsibility and then at the end of the day you jump into their responsibility, be able to give them guidance. And overall treating them like gold. If you're a leader, you want to be treating your subject as gold, right? If you treat them, like trash, they won't come along, right? But if, let's say, for example, you have an individual who is a staff in your office, but that individual is suffering from maybe depression or whatsoever, something that is challenging them, right? Like within their personal growth, you want to be there for them, and you want to be able to inspire them, you want to be able to motivate them to move further. And if you help them push through that particular challenge at that particular time, they will be loyal to you as forever as possible, right? So every time you run into difficulty, first let me mention a very important step for us here with regards to with regards to leadership, right? So it's be the person who look for solutions, right? All the great leaders that we know of today are people that have solved problems in society and in the world at large, right? We know of that, right? We know of people that we admire so much that have become contributors not only to national development or community development, but the world at large. So if you want to be a good leader, be able to identify problems and solve those problems, right? So every time you run into difficulty, train your brain to start finding ways to fix the issues at hand, right? In every society, there is a problem. Do we notice the problems in our society? Right? We have Ansumana Kita here solving one of our greatest problems in our society. Right? What is that problem? Patriotism. Right? It's a difficult thing to be able to handle. Right? How can we be patriots? Right? How are we patriots? Right? Some of us, we call ourselves patriots, but we don't even recognize the signs and symbols of our nation. Right? Some of us don't even know the signs of danger. Right? You see somewhere they put a skull there and then they mark X and then you go there. Just go there. You go in like this, right? So if we want to be patriots also, we should be able to understand our symbols and that of also our nation, right? Something like Mr. Keta, I'm giving my idea now, right? So let's the patriots as in the project be able to focus on civic education, right? Something that we've lost in this of our particular nation for quite some time now, civic education. So also we have lots of people out there. Inshallah, right? So a lot of people that we have currently in our nation, they don't know like what is civic education, right? Many people don't even know the signs and symbols of our nation. Many people don't know what are their responsibilities to Sierra Leone, right? What is your responsibility to Sierra Leone? Right? So that is something that we should educate ourselves on, and then we should be able to practicalize some of these attitudes to other people so that we can change Sierra Leone. All right, so I think Kawa there is trying to signal me that my time is up, but before I go, of course I'm not yet finished, let me just read through a leadership speech I wrote at the Digital Islam website. So please, if you want to cross-check this particular speech, log on to www.digitalislam.org. Right? Take it down. www.digitalislam.org. So it reads, leadership. The direct title for this speech is Decision to Believe in Yourself and in Your Future. I understand that great feelings comes with having people in life who really believes in you. But first, you have the sole responsibility to believe in yourself, in your dreams and in your future. If you do not believe in yourself, why should we? If people believe in you, it doesn't matter what we think, right? So This gives you self-confidence and hope. It affects your sense of worth and courage, and it is what keeps us going in the face of unavoidable life's adversities. Stop looking down on yourself because of your educational disqualification, your background, or your upbringing. Should not determine or detect your future. You may be born out of wedlock or come from a broken home. You must convert that negative energy and painful memories into motivational mechanism that drives you to push higher in life. Only you can do this for you. Nobody wakes up thinking about you in the morning every day, right? We notice that. No one wakes up in the morning and thinking about us. Others will motivate themselves before they think of you. Therefore, responsibility leadership is having that self-motivating mindset and seeing it as a sole obligation yourself, that you own yourself, right? What you are going through is not as important as where you are going to. You must keep your eyes on the prize, not on the prize, right? And there is always a fight before every victory. Do we recognize that fight? Right? The self fight. There is always a fight before every victory. Determined to fight your fight with hope, courage, patience, and with dignity. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of success. Those we celebrate today once failed and eventually stood their ground until success shows up. Do we know that? All right. The only failure I know is the one who fails in the end. The one who quits, right? You have gone too far to quit. There comes a time in life that you would by yourself and for yourself. Others may think you are mad or weak. Sometimes silence is proof of strength, not weakness. They may think you are lazy or impotent, but only you know what you want in life. And eventually, if you win, your sacrifice becomes justified, right? You have one goal, to pursue your dream to friction, right? And if you do not believe in yourself, you may not make it. You came alone in this world. Do not be afraid to go alone when the need arises, right? So every great person has gone to a lone path, and at some point in time, the other in the other in their life disorders, right? Your conviction should be deeper than your confusion, and your passion for consistency action should be stronger than your distraction. Many people today focus on the distraction more than their actions, right? They focus on other people's activity and achievement more than their own personal growth and goals, right? So you should be able to refocus yourself at any point in time. So picturing your desired future in a similar or smaller wallpaper is very important, right? How many of us look into the mirror or draft a plan for ourselves in this life, right? How many of us, like, we should be able to develop a lifetime goal for ourselves, a yearly goal, a monthly goal, a weekly goal, a daily goal, right? For ourselves. So for today, what are the goals that you have? For tomorrow, what will be the goal that you have? And also for the week to come, what are the goals that you have? And the months to come, the years to come, and that will also a lifetime goal, right? So I leave you with this, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, and Juma Mubarak. So it was really an enlightening session, right? And he actually focused on personal growth and personal leadership, which is quite important. So listening and also attending summits is one of the key steps that you should be, or event that you should be involved in terms of increasing or being able to like improve your leadership skills, and as the case may be. And also he said good leaders don't boss others, but then they inspire them. Those were part of the words that he said. Are we okay? Are we good? Are we ready for the next session? All right, so the next individual will be taking us in a session about debate, 20 minutes, but I can sense that we're tired, so we need to do some exercise. Are we ready for that? Are we ready? Now we know in this period of COVID-19 20, I've added the 20 there because COVID-19 came in 2019 but affected most of 2020. So in COVID-19 20, are we okay with that? Are we okay with COVID-19 20? All right, so we've been apart, some people here haven't seen them for a while. just that we discussed on social media because of the COVID-19. So disciplinary measures, moving apart. So it's been challenging. So now we're going to do an exercise. Amida, did you say hi to James Sina when he came? No. Okay, let's do the physical distance exercise. Stand up and you stand up and just make some fun. Just say hi to her. Nice to meet you. And I'm from so and so. And you do the same. Yes, Jemsina and Amida, please. Yes. So who's starting? You're meeting for the first time. Just do introduction. Yes. Yes. Yes, you start, Jemsina. Do you need the microphone? You should, yeah. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Justina. What's your name?
How are you? My name is Amira.
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good.
It's nice to meet you.
Okay, perfect. So that is the networking, okay? We need to know each other from apart because this is COVID-19. Never mind, we'll do a lot of stuff as we forge ahead. But now it's time to welcome the next speaker, and he's going to be training us on not the British parliamentary system for now, but we're going to have on public speaking again, the importance of public speaking for students. And this individual who's going to do this training is the president of the student union at Fabi College. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Augustine Bona. So he's a guest speaker doing a 5 minute presentation.
Hello, good morning. As he said, I'm Augustine Bona, the student union president of Fabi College. And I want to presume most of us here are students as well, either from FPC or other institutions around the country. Am I correct? Over the years, I've been a public speaking coach, a debate coach, motivational speaker, a mentor, and I have been a debater as well. Fortunately, I have with me here, Madam Fatike. You could just turn back and see her in me. Please wave. We were together at Fabi College. She served as the vice president of the General Debating Council while I was the president. And luckily, she was out of the country for a debate competition and they performed extremely well. I am here to present basically on a topic that is very close to my heart, but for 5 minutes. So I don't know if I'll be able to do that adequately, but I'm sure I'll obviously do something. The importance of public speaking to university students. Yeah. So firstly, what do we make of public speaking? What do we think public speaking is? And let us get this interactive. What public speaking is? Yes, ma'am.
The art of passing information on an idea to a large audience.
Okay, the art of passing information or an idea to a large audience. Any other person? Any other person? Yes, ma'am.
Passing a speech without having glossophobia.
She says passing a speech without having glossophobia. Any other? I like that, by the way. I like this as well. Any other? So in the most basic form, public speaking is the art of speaking to more than one person, either in a public or in a dialogue conversation. It could either be to an audience or to a set of people that could not be even in an official function. I think one of the essence why Mr. Martin initiated the Glossophobia Academy is to enhance adequate and effective public speaking. Because one of the main impediments to public speaking is fear. In fact, there was a research conducted in University of Harvard in America, and it shows that people are more afraid, young people are more afraid of speaking to an audience than to lie in the coffin. Yes, young people are more afraid to speak publicly than to be dead, literally. So they are afraid of public speaking than death itself. More people, more young people. You understand that? So it tells you the extent to which we don't want to do what I'm doing at the moment. It tells you the extent to which most people don't want to stand in front of their class and answer questions. It tells you the extent to which most people don't want to be in church and preach as the preacher does. And it's important. Let us think of all the great people in the world. Think of Jesus Christ, Prophet Muhammad, Martin Luther King Jr., Barack Obama, Pakaba, Sheikh Stevens. You understand? I mean, who else do we want to think about interior or international? Patty Lumumba. All of those people, the prophets, Moses, Elijah. It's like when God endowed them as prophets, one of the first things he gave to them is the art of public speaking. Because it was only through the art of public speaking that Jesus Christ was able to send out his message to the world. It was only through public speaking that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was able to explain the Quran to Muslims and the world over. It was only through the art of public speaking that Martin Luther King Jr. actually, propagated the message of the civil rights movement and ended the racism and the racial discrimination in America and other parts of the world. So let's imagine you having the best of ideas, having the actual solutions to the problems that we have, but you do not have that which it takes for you to communicate it to other people and get it into effect just because you're afraid to speak. Motivational speaker said, we have more demons in the grave than have ever lived. People in the grave have the idea, the best of ideas, more than we that are now alive. Meaning we have chosen to stomach those things that would lead to the fulfillment of others, that would lead to the provision of solutions to societal challenges. We have actually stomached all of those things as opposed to giving them out just because we are afraid. Then my question today is, how long? How long are we going to continue in that? How long are we going to have the answers to the most critical question, or just because we're afraid we can't give those answers? How long we're going to see other people and we cannot motivate or inspire them just because we don't want to speak? How long are we going to be in our comfort zone? Or how long are we going to be in the zone that does not make sense at all? It's a question to ask. But then as a university student, obviously you need the art of public speaking. You need it so desperately. Because as you transition from being a student to being an employer or an employee, obviously you have to be facing audiences, either at the conference or your work meetings, or even your business conversations with people. One of the few benefits that public speaking gives to you is that it adds to your art of persuasion. That is just one thing. Public speaking builds your convincing power. It helps you to become persuasive. And that is one of the most critical things that every single human being in a professional life want. They have to tell people what you want to tell them and make them believe that yes, what he is saying is correct, what he is saying is right, and I do want to follow what he just said. The world over is very competitive. And most people will revere that people who are able to convince others, who are able to buy others into their ideas, their belief, their way of life, or how they see things and how they want other people to picture it. So that is just one of the essence of public speaking to a university student. It builds your power of persuasion. I'll give you an instance. I'll give you an instance. I will not go through the recent speech of, I still call it recent, the speech of Martin Luther King, or that speech Barack Obama gave during, as a keynote speaker during John Kerry's election in 2004. Let's go way back to Julius Caesar. One of the greatest speeches ever in the world, either in books or in real times, is a speech that was given by Marc Antonio in the book Julius Caesar, right? Written by Shakespeare. He said, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men could live after them." So that was at a particular time when Brutus had come. Brutus, Cassius, and all the speakers had come and tarnished the image of the most revered, the most noble Caesar. Caesar who was there for the people. Caesar who had the one, so many words for Rome by then. Caesar who was like an idol to the people of Rome back then. So after they had slaughtered him, after they had killed him, they came outside, made powerful speeches about Caesar and how ambitious Caesar was. And the task of Marc Antonio by then, as a very close friend of Caesar, was to turn the minds of people against Brutus, against all of those other revered people who had already tarnished Julius Caesar. You understand that? So that was a speech he gave. Imagine how outrageous the audience was, the people of Rome was after the speech of Marc Antonio. Imagine how they continue to revere Julius Caesar after them. But then also imagine if Marc Antonio would have actually chosen to go and deliver that speech. Imagine if he would have just said, okay, this man, they don't kill him, no. This man, you know, we don't die, blah, blah, blah. I mean, let's just get what's happening. You understand that? The picture that Brutus and the other people have painted should have been the actual image of Julius Caesar. Nobody would have ever thought good of Julius Caesar. The only thing that would have been remembered of Julius Caesar was the fact that he was ambitious. In the same speech, Marc Antonio said, he said, I presented him a kingly crown on the Louis Court, and thrice he denied it. Did that in Caesar seem ambitious? Yes. Brutus said he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. Those were the words those were the persuasive words of Antonio. And aside from that, I think public speaking is a very much important tool, owing to the fact that we are all leaders. And it is a tool that should be adequately part of the character of every leader. As a leader, you must imbibe in you the art of public speaking because the subject matters, and you're always supposed to talk to them. What you say to them goes a long way in inspiring them or indeed motivating them. We've seen for quite a while now how this country is going. You'd see Mother Bio on TV, he gives a very important speech, and that speech has a very important interpretation in the running of the country. I think one of the few words emphasizing is one of the speeches during this corona pandemic was that he would hit and would hit even harder. He would hit and he would hit even harder. The words of Julius Matherbio. That particular sentence was re-emphasized so many times by so many media houses. What it meant for him, fine. What it meant for the media houses, fine. What it meant for we, the people of this country, fine. The point I'm trying to make is we need the art of public speaking, both as students and as leaders of this country or of ourselves in the near future. I am seeing a blink at the back and I still want to continue with this, but then time says no, so guys, thanks very much. I'm sure we'll continue with this in later time. Thank you very much. Thank
Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine Bona. He deserves another round of applause, please. Perfect. Are you getting entertained? Are you getting educated? Are we gradually getting anti-glossophobic? All right, never mind. So, please, can we have a project? Can we please project the all right. Before that, I'd like to say thank you to him, and also let's keep waiting because we have a lot more in store. If you're interested in getting something about debate, then don't worry, you will get it right away. But then we have to give some kind of recognition to our sponsors who have actually helped in their little ways of ensuring that this program is a success. So we have SL Accelerator or Accelerator. I'm getting some difficulties in pronouncing that word, but let's just take it by syllable. Sierra Leone Accelerator. I got it right. This is the hall where we're occupying right now. Also, we have Multimedia Plus, we have T-Green, we have inspirational motivational moments with Lorenzo Show. We also have Jeremiah Illustrations. We have 97 Virgins. We have Fatima Sabeko. We have PAN, that Patriotic Advocacy Network. We also have Digital Islam, and a lot more sponsors will be coming on as we forge ahead. But now we're again going to move to the next training session. But before that, there's a short energizer, and we head into it right away. Stand up, please. We're going to do mathematics. Some of us never loved it in school, but today we're loving it. Please stand up. It's a practical mathematics, don't worry. So it goes like we're doing plus. Okay, before we get into the next session. So this is 1. When I'm standing still, this is 1. My plus sign is like this. My equal sign is like this. And my 2 is like this. So it goes like 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. Is that okay? And we go for 2. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. And we have the final one, 4 plus 4 equals to 8. Is that good? Good. Are we ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Great. So we now have 2 plus 2 equals to 4. Great. And now 4 plus 4 equals to 8. You are now mathematical experts. Sit down. All right, Chinese experts, never mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, we have the next speaker who is going to give us training, or he's the trainer now, taking us through some 20 minutes. So get ready with your books and pens, notepads. Phones are not encouraged because you might go into WhatsApp. So the next speaker is the Executive Director of West African Youth Network, National and International Debate and Public Speaking Coach. He is going to train us on British Parliamentary Debate System. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mohammed Kwak English Kane. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Eric, for the brief introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, for religious unionism in the name of the Most High Jah, Assalamu alaikum in Jesus' name. I was called upon to serve as a trainer and not a speaker, and we have to understand there's a very vast difference between training and serving as a speaker. All right? So I know Eric called on an energizer, but I have to also take you through another energizer. Because when you sit for long, I know a lot of you are tired. And I have to recommend a treatment for you. And I will take you through the paracetamol. I'll give you paracetamol so that you all energize and you go through. Okay? Huh? Can you please project that? Now. Paracetamol is what I've prescribed for you. And we're gonna create a song out of this. Alright? If you can just listen to me, then later we can pick it up. Alright? Paracetamol, 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 ciacetamol, cetamol, etamol, tamol, amol, mo. You get it? I'm here to train, not to speak. Alright. Can we do it? Paracetamol, 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 acetamol, cetamol, etamol, tamol, amol, mo. Can we please get up? Hey, in fact, we are going to do this in a brand style that will also provide a musical sound. Okay? Now, I consider this from here. Okay, these are okay from here. I consider you being in one group. These two lines, you are also in another different group, and you are in a different group. Okay? Do we all understand? So, I am the choir master. So when I point to your group, you produce your sound. And the sound, I have to tell you, here is choke. Choke. Each time I point to you, you shout choke. And look at my hand critically. Choke. Yours is shh. And yours is all right. Let's try it so that we just in case, so we know exactly what people do. Yeah. Look at the hand. Okay? Huh? Look at the hand. Now we know, right? All right. So, can we have a few people who will be singing this song for us? Few volunteers, they will not be part of producing the sound. Yeah? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we'll have those 4. We'll have those 4 people, and you all will be producing the sound. Okay? All right? This is training proper. I know all of you have been debating, so I don't need to waste time to tell you how to debate or whatever. No, but I have to bring you some new things. Okay? So we go. No, the sound first. Let's follow you. You are not following. Okay, can we all sit down? Please? Can we all sit down? But we can still produce the sounds, okay? Right, we see. All right? We all know the sounds. Huh? Hey, look at the hand. You are not following. All right, now we know.
Paracetamol, 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 cetamol, etamol, tamol, amol, mol, all.
Okay, let's close that. Let's close that. Okay. Now I'm here to train you debate and with specific focus for British parliamentary. How many of you have heard about that before? British parliamentary debate. How many of you? How many of you have witnessed the type of debate also? You, only you. All right. What I will do is, welcome forward. I'm training. Welcome forward and pick one of these. Welcome forward. I'm not here for speeches. I am sure you have one each, right? Please hold on to it. Hold on to it. I kindly ask you all to stand up. Form two straight lines. Two straight lines. Two straight lines.
Okay, one line here. Yes, maintain this line. And
Two straight lines. And make sure you are having someone by your side. If you belong to the Scouting Association, they will tell you stand in twos. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now I know there are 20 of you. So I don't need to by the way I see your eyes, I need to know the figure. So please face each other. Now I know very well that a lot of you have been here without talking to each other. Now what you do for me, this line, you have to introduce yourselves to these people. And you do it simultaneously. Alright? And your role is only to listen to them. It's only to listen to their introduction. Next, I'll come to you what your next role will be. Okay? So we go. You are debaters. Speak loud.
My name is
Introduce yourself. I mean, assume you are meeting someone for the first time and you want to market yourself to that person. Introduce yourself. Okay. Now, what you do, give them feedback. What you like and what you don't like about the introduction. Hello. Okay, now what you also do is you introduce yourselves to them. Okay, you tell them what you like and what you don't like about the introduction. Okay, can we all take our respective? What did you learn from that? What did we learn from that? What else we learn? The basic thing about that exercise was about listening and note taking. When you are debating, you always have to listen to the opponent. To know
you have some audience. Let's assume you are a university that is not yours. You know what I mean? Let's say you are from a college, you are doing a debate in Jala University, and of course, by virtue of that, you will have more people going to that debate hall from Jala University. Is that correct? And if you are having a debate from a college versus Jala University, what happens? You will realize that they will cheer them more than you, even though you will be making a lot of sense. Is that correct? So, what this brings you is actually to listen attentively to what people are saying, your opponents. It's not about how well they cheer me up when I debate. All right? Because the British parliamentary debate we're talking about, the maximum hour it might take is 56 minutes. Because each speaker is having 7 minutes. And this is a debate that you'll be having 8 debaters, for God's sake, debating at a go. Have you ever witnessed British parliamentary debate? Huh? 8 debaters are debating. Each one is having 7 minutes. So you always tend to wonder how all right? So those keys, I was invited here to serve as trainer. Those keys are what I want you to have. Though the time allocated to me, 20 minutes, is not enough, but I am sure after today we'll keep in touch. If and if only you need it. We render pro bono services. Now, when you debate, what comes to your mind? Argument. And what else? Discussions. And what else? Audience. And what else? But what we should all know is that debate is an interactive one. Someone said something. Interactive and representational. Because you are also there to represent the team. So it's not only the argument. All right? We have what we call types of debate and structure of debate. How many of you know about that? Most of you, and some of you that have judged before, while you are in school, you will hear some people say, "Oh, I came up with several arguments, but I was not favored by the judges." Not knowing that all what you've been doing are actually accounting for only one thing. In debates, we have what we call structure of arguments, and we have basically 3 structures. You have what we call simple argument. Simple argument. Simple argument takes this form of structure. By the way, have you ever heard about the word salsa? You should know as debaters that convincing arguments are sexy. Convincing arguments. These are acronyms. Have you ever come across this? When they tell you convincing arguments are sexy, There is no way you will win a debate if your arguments are sexy. You know what it means? In every debate, there should be an assertion, and that assertion should be followed by a reasoning, and that reasoning also has to be followed with what? An example or evidence. And how do you go about it? In every assertion, all assertions should be in the form of what? A statement. Most often when you stand up, I am here to debate on this motion XYZ already. You've made that assertion. Is that correct? Already people know your stand. And if I'm judging your debate, I know exactly that this is what this particular person will be talking about. Now, your reasoning has to explain further. You have to explain your reason. Why are you actually debating on this motion or taking this stand? It has to be followed by what? An explanation. Your reasoning has to be explained. And your evidences or examples has to be what? Illustrated. You illustrate them. Now, I was telling you about one structure of debate, which is what? Simple argument. So, now let's see how these particular convincing arguments are sexy works into these formats that we're talking about. You have your what? Your assertion, you have your what? Your reasoning and your evidence, right? This is simple argument. In simple argument, you always have a claim, which is the assertion, and what? You need to have your reasoning and your evidence. Is that correct? Now, what's your name? Sorry? Samuel. If we are arguing, we say Samuel is Israeli. That's what? A claim, right? Yeah. An assertion. Samuel is Israeli. Why are we saying Samuel is Israeli? That certificate could be an evidence. Huh? What's the reason? Because person generally born in Israel, that's Israeli. All right? And what's the evidence now? And Samuel was born where? No. This now you have to be specific. Where were you born? Freetown. Are you here today? All right? When you make that argument, it's very simple. But there is what they call also convergent arguments. Do you know what's convergent argument? And this is the argument that most of you have been doing, and at the end of the day, you end up blaming the judges. That I was not favored by the judge, not knowing that you are making convergent arguments. In convergent arguments, plus these, all going to a claim and evidence. You have here, you mix up everything. Your points you want to make, you make point A, B, point C when they are all in line with the same thing. One example I always love to make is when people talk about homosexuality and linking it with religion. All right? I'm sure a lot of you have come across this. When you are debating about immorality, some people will say the Bible said this, the Quran condemned it, religiously it's not good, and you think you are making a lot of points. When all of these things that we are talking about falls under one thing, which is religion. And you'll be saying, I came up with a lot of evidences, a lot of reasoning. Now you see the structure, how it is different from the convergent argument. So you also have what we call independent arguments. An independent argument is one that is having a specific claim, going for a specific reasoning. So each one is like this. You have this, going for this, going for this. But these are things actually, then you also have another, but they all go towards one claim. They go towards one claim, but the reasons are different. And the evidence is different. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Do you understand that? When you make this type of arguments, I mean, people know that, oh yeah, this person knows how to do this. Please feel free to ask questions at any time. This is a training, not public speaking. Okay? Now, when you make this type of arguments, and I've told you initially that convincing arguments are sexy, right? But you have to understand that for you to win any debate, this particular thing has to be part of you. I mean, the worst way to debate is to write your debate speeches and then you go and deliver on the day of debate. When you're standing, look on the paper and then you deliver. Assume what you wrote initially, you've already done your research, you've done everything, and you've written something, and you are coming to debate. And all the points that you had actually highlighted in your debate speech are not brought forward by your opponents. What do you do? I know a lot of you are victims for this. Because let's assume you are not the first speaker, or you are against a particular motion, all right? And then you have already prepared your debate speech, written, coming to the debate hall that, oh yeah, I have done a lot of research. And all the points that you highlighted actually are not brought forward by your opponents. Do you think you win that debate? Huh? Do you really think you win that debate? And this is why most people also say, hey, I was not favored by the judges. The judges actually came up with a wrong decision with all my points I made. But your points, we are not actually trying to target your opponent's point. So the best way I can advise you, you put it in what we call answer.
I want to ask you,
Yeah.
what's the difference between motion and motion?
Motion.
And motion.
No, I mean, you see, in debate, it's actually motion, not emotion. The motion is what you refer to when you say, okay, this particular thing is what we are going to debate on, okay? And now, let's say, for example, can I come up with some motions that we debated in our national debate championship? When we came up with high-income country have the moral obligation to, okay, visa application should never require HIV test, for example. That was a motion. And that motion has to be debated, right? So, and I have listened to this severally when people say the notion. No. In debate, what we refer to as motion. So forget about all the motion. All right. Now, I was talking about salsa here. In every debate, you have to ensure that you what? You speak. I have told you that the worst way to debate is to write your debate speeches and then deliver it on the day of debate. But the best that you can incorporate is to put it in a form of salsa. And that actually is done when you are very much attentive. That's why I did that exercise with you guys. When you are attentive to your opponent, know exactly what they are saying, and at the end of the day, you'll be able to create that kind of clash. Remember, debate cannot be won by brilliant speech alone. There must be a clash. Okay? Debate cannot be won by brilliant speech alone. I mean, if you are having brilliant speeches and not creating a clash, you are actually referred to as a public speaker and not a debater. Do you know the difference between the two? A debater and a public speaker. Do we know the difference? Huh? So, I have told you that debate cannot be won by brilliant speech alone. There must be what? A clash. And that clash actually determines exactly what your stance will be or what the outcome of the judgment will be. So, I have told you, you implement the salsa format. You have to speak, and then you do what? You argue what your opponents are saying, and then the exercise I just did with you guys. Listening is key in debating. You have to listen what your opponents are saying. And then you synthesize. Do you know what you mean by synthesizing in debate? What your opponents are saying and what point you also want to come up with. You have to match them up. Now, he made this particular claim and came up with this reasoning. I am coming with this. Does this A claim match up with my A claim? Or am I coming with B claim to the A claim? Are you getting it? So when you synthesize, then finally you arrange. Now in arranging, you have to be specific about what point you are making. He said this, and I say this. Therefore, this is the evidence. Are you getting it? But if you are making a statement, that's why I told you initially that the worst way to debate is to write your debate speeches and then deliver it on the day of debating. What if all what you wrote in your debate speeches are not brought forward by your opponent? What do? Do you think you'll be creating a clash? Huh? No. So, I said initially that I will just be taking you through some technical areas because I know you'll be debating. And in British parliamentary debate, you have 8 speakers. You have what we call open government and the closing government being part of the government side. But in the whole, there are 2 sides of the house. All right? You have the government and what? And the opposition. In the government team, there are 2 teams. They are debating separately from the other team, even though they are in the government. And this is what makes it complex. You are all in the same side of the house, but also trying to win a debate. So in the government, you have the open government and closing government. And in the open government, you will have the prime minister and deputy prime minister. All of these debaters are having 7 minutes. 7 multiplied by 8 is what? Mathematicians. 56, right? So the entire debate will last for 56 minutes. 56 minutes. And each is having a role to play. So, here you are having the government and the opposition. In the government, you have 2 teams. The open government and the closing government. And in the opposition, you have also 2 teams. The open opposition and closing opposition. And in the opening government, you have the prime minister and deputy prime minister. Whilst you have in a closing government, a member of the government and government whip. All right. I told you initially that debate trainings, the time allocated, really is not enough because these are trainings that we do normally. Others know these are trainings that we do maybe the least time for three days. Yeah, but in the whole, I was informed that there are some other speakers that will be coming. This is just a summary about what exactly you'll be experiencing in the future when you want to involve in debating and in the style of British parliamentary. So, finally, I gave you all something, right? This is the last exercise. Ah! Yes. Okay, this is the last exercise. Can you please stand up? You all have your role. Now, move around and convince people about your role. Why you think actually you are important to them. And they have to follow you. They have to exactly accept you. Please, move around. If you think that you find a player that you think you match, try to convince another person. You all have your role and you know. Let's do this briefly, please. Move around, move around. If you are convincing someone, move with the person. This is how we win debate. If you feel convinced, you make a team, then you move forward to convince others. You form a team and then you convince more people so that you form a team.
Freedom. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yes.
Hello? But I'm not hearing anything here.
Hope they are talking.
I don't hear you. You've unmuted, right?
Yes. Everything was going fine.
Let me place this back in here. Let's see if I can hear them. Let's call him. Sorry? So I should wait for you? But I'm not hearing you guys. Are you hearing me? You are hearing me, so I can start now. Okay. Okay, good morning or good afternoon from Banjul, the Gambia. This is Momodu Sabali saying hello to everybody. Actually very glad that you guys have embarked on such an inspiring, impactful venture that is sure to transform your lives. I want to thank Augustine for the honor and opportunity
you guys
of having me on this platform.
Such an inspiring, impactful venture that is sure to transform your lives. I want to very glad opportunity you guys
for decades. Now, on the subject of your training, which is public speaking, it's a subject that I'm extremely passionate about for many reasons. Of course, we all know public speaking now is a business worldwide. It's a growing industry worth billions and billions of dollars, literally. So it's something that somebody can embark on as a profession in this 21st century, not only to touch and transform lives, but also to make a living for yourself and to enhance your income to be able to support your family, your community, and causes you're interested in. But beyond the material realm, public speaking, as Professor Jordan Peterson famously said, he said, your capacity for speech is divine. It's the thing that generates order from chaos. Now, that's a very profound statement because I am Muslim by religion, and I'm a devotee of the Holy Quran. And of my favorite surahs is Surah Rahman, which Allah opens with, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It says, Ar-Rahmanu allama al-Quran, khalaqal insan, ay allamahul bayan. It says, Ar-Rahman, the most gracious. Allah has done what? He's so gracious that he taught us the Quran. And the Quran itself is speech. It's divine speech. And then Allah goes on to say, khalaqal insan, he created a human being. Allamahul bayan, taught him intelligent speech. Now, we should take a deep breath here to actually say, Alhamdulillah, praise the Lord, hallelujah, if you're Christian. Because sometimes the very fact that we can open our mouths and engage in intelligent speech, we take it for granted. The elephant is 1,000 times stronger than us, but it can't speak. The horse has more physical power than us, but the horse can't speak. So we are the articulated animals. And if you've done a smattering of biological studies, you will know that we have similar features with apes. But do they speak? No. So the fact that we are able to open our mouths and speak is a divine blessing that we must be grateful for, but also to go further and cultivate that so that it can help us to impact lives. You see, one of the advantages of speaking, to be able to stand up on your feet and address a public, is that whenever you open your mouth, you allow other people to get inside your mind. You have a master's degree, a bachelor's degree. Are you going to walk around town with your certificate and saying, I have a bachelor's, I have a master's? No. How do people assess you? When you open your mouth to speak. So it's very important that you cultivate that. And it's not a natural for anybody, as exemplified by the name of this institution that's rolling out this program, Anti-Glossophobia. Because most people are terrified of standing up and speaking before a public. Some people have it naturally. I heard one of the previous speakers make reference to Mark Antony, with this famous speech, friends, countrymen, Romans, lend me your ears. So some of these people are naturally gifted with these things. Some of us will have to learn it, but the fact is we need it. And in this 21st century, there are multiple platforms like this one where you can learn if you are not a natural, but even if you're a natural, you can improve your skills in public speaking. And to be able to articulate the word is very important. Even the Christian tradition is rooted in the Logos. So what you're doing here is not only materially relevant to your lives, it has spiritual foundations. And that's why one of my favorite philosophers, Horizon Sweat Martin, an American, he's written an essay on public speaking. And anytime I do talks on public speaking, I like to quote some of his statements. And I want to share two with you here. And I quote, he says, self-expression in some manner is the only means of developing mental power. It may be in music, it may be on canvas, it may be through oratory, it may come through selling goods or writing a book, but it must come through self-expression. And he goes on to say, self-expression in any legitimate form tends to call out what is in a man, his resourcefulness, his inventiveness, but no other form of self-expression develop a man or woman, for our ladies. No other form of self-expression develops a person so thoroughly and so effectively and so quickly unfolds all of his powers as expression before an audience. Public vocal expression has a special power that it doesn't only affect your audience, it affects you, it challenges you, and it brings out the best in you. It's mind over matter. You go to those gyms and lift those weights, young men, that's fine. Develop the mind. And I'm telling you, one of the best ways to develop your mind is public vocal expression. So you're on the right path in being in this platform to learn from others and to share amongst you the skill of public vocal expression. I just want to share one or two tips before I wrap up on public speaking. When we embark on a path, it's okay to have role models. It's okay to imitate at some level other people, but try to develop yourself. And my cardinal rule in public speaking, be yourself. One of my favorite philosophers, the American Napoleon Hill, who wrote the classic Think and Grow Rich, once said, he said, one of the greatest things that Shakespeare ever said lies in this statement, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any person. So in your efforts to engage in public speaking, please endeavor to be yourself. One of the greatest aids you can have in public speaking is telling stories. Yes, telling stories. Everybody loves a story. The Bible is full of stories. The Quran is full of stories, historical, authentic stories, but still stories, to the extent that there is even a chapter in the Quran, Surah Qasas, that's this chapter named after the stories of prophets before. Well, in our own lives, we all have stories. So from your own experience, tell stories while you engage in public vocal expression. Brevity, to be brief, clarity, clear in your statements, and straightforwardness are very important, because we live in a distracted age. People are easily distracted. So to keep your speeches concise and engaging is important. And one of the best ways to engage people is to be authentic, be yourself, because you may think you can fake it, but the people are very good at capturing the situation when it's not authentic, when it's phony. So be yourself in your speeches, stick to yourself, stick to the truth. And in this era of leadership training and aspirations for everybody to be a leader at the university campus, in our communities, one of your best tools in leadership is public speaking. Because leadership is also about translating visions into reality. And how can you translate your vision as a leader into the realities of your institution if you cannot communicate with those you are leading? If you cannot communicate effectively with your partners, with your colleagues, it's not gonna work. So it is a tool that you can use as a leader, because in these days of conferences, be it virtual or real, the moment you lead any institution, you are going to be receiving requests to address audiences. And these are opportunities where you can also sell your institution, sell your vision, sell the causes that you actually believe in, to convince other people to either join you or to partner with you or to network with you. So that's another very important effect and reason why you need to engage in public speaking. And there's no better tool to be good at it than practice. Practice makes perfect. You want to be a public speaker? Practice it. I mean, I must thank my high school principal here, Antares Ndongjada, who became education minister in my country. When I was at high school, every morning in our class, one member of the class would have to stand up and address the class. Well, then at that time, public speaking was not that famous like what you're doing now, but it later helped some of us to develop into the personalities that we are today. In conclusion, I just want to share with you a tip, a piece of advice as you develop into these great speakers. Again, reference to Mark Antony's speech. You know, speech is powerful, it's captivating, it can even be enchanting. In our tradition, some form of speech, oratory, is even linked to magic, because you can move mountains literally with your word. So be careful what you say. You're developing a power, a muscle. Be careful what you say once you become that expert, or as you grow into this. We're living in highly volatile, fragile ecosystems right now, socio-political. In West Africa, we've had our experiences. Speak the truth. Speak words that benefit people. Speak words that inspire, instruct, and guide people. Do not misuse this very powerful weapon to incite tribalism, hatred, or violence. If it happens, the result we are all gonna share. But there is a short story in my tradition where a sheriff, a marabout, threatened the people that he's going to make the sky fall down. They said, well, let the sky fall down. We'll all suffer together. I'm making it nice. There's another angle to it, which is not very, perhaps public friendly. But my emphasis is to speak the good word, speak the true word, speak words that will inspire and energize people to be their best selves. Speak words that will entrench the peace and stabilities of our countries in our this very fragile sub-region. I want to thank you again for your kind attention, and to thank the organizers for the opportunity of allowing me to speak to you, beautiful brothers and sisters in Freetown, Sierra Leone, one of the most beautiful countries I've ever visited. This is your friend, Momodu Sabali. I have a YouTube channel named Momodu Sabali, where you can follow some of my public speaking engagements, and there's actually a whole presentation there on public speaking. And I do a series called Inspired Nation also on a YouTube channel called Telegambi. That's Telegambi, Telegambi. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and God bless you all, and God bless your beautiful country, Sierra Leone. Thank you. Thank you.
Jeff. So you're still here. You're actually witnessing hundreds speaker series Unlimited, of course, by the Anti-Glossophobia. And then we have a lot more speakers answering us.
So you're still now, but then let's continue with a lot more sponsors. We have also the ones that I didn't mention earlier. We have iMoon, of course, we have Yeah, and we have now, but then let's continue with a lot more sponsors. We have also, all right, I couldn't remember all the names. Ones that I didn't mention earlier. Time we have iMoon, of course, we have Yeah. All right. Never mind. So let's keep moving. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next speaker who is going to take us through another session, or a very short one, by the way. So please welcome. Beg your pardon, I have to take my notepad. Okay, we have.
You are such an amazing leader. You helped transform our country. We are so grateful. At the end, they got 9,000 tributes for this person. But one of the tributes was super amazing. So it went down in history. And I'll quote. So one of the writers wrote, "We thank you for what you did to our country. You are such an amazing personality. But above all, we want to say we are grateful to you because we commissioned the English language and you sent it off to war." I'll repeat that again. Of all the 9,000 tributes, one of the tributes was that which was written by one British. He said, "We thank you for what you did to England because you were able to commission the English language and you sent it off to war." By now you may be thinking, who is this person? And that person was Winston Churchill. He led England through World War II, 1945 to 1950, 1951 to 1955. If you figure out my approach, that is what public speaking is. I wanted those guys who were on their phone to pay attention. So rule number one, if you don't get your audience, you have nothing been started. Speak to a point that everybody decides to ignore this new devil, the mobile So within the next 3-4 minutes, I'll give you just 5 snippets of what really public speaking is. All of those 5 snippets you've seen in that 1 minute, 30-second presentation. What did I do first? I was super silent. Do you pick that up? And I know the question that you may be asking. Maybe this job doesn't have to do with me. I wanted the attention. Maybe he's lost track of what. Attention. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything. I cannot get your attention. So rule number 1, silence is golden in public speaking. Yeah? You want to talk about you? If possible, when you go on the stage, just quiet for 140 seconds. It drives people to you. I wanted you to see me. If not for anything, I have a nice
Yeah. Bully and no more parties.
So I wanted that attention. So 2 things that you get when you decide to attract that attention. People think you're dumb, you're stupid, it's fine, because you want their attention. And then the second one is they decide to listen. That is 1. Rule number 2, always start with a story. So you see, I told you of the story of England, Winston Churchill. I left the Winston Churchill out because I wanted to whet your appetite. Did that happen? Everybody wanted to know who really this guy. But so many guys died in 1965. What is special about this one guy? Whetting your appetite. And then of those 9,000 tributes on that fateful day, 1965, January 25th, we realized that I picked one of the tributes that somebody wrote for Winston Churchill as they lay wreath in his home. You commissioned the English language and you sent it off to war. Did Winston Churchill really fight? No, he didn't. Was he a soldier? No, he never was. But the thing that is remarkable about Winston Churchill is that his words were powerful. So at the end of it all, they say about 18,000 men and women in arms died in that war, but they were willing to die because he commissioned the English language and he sent it off to war. So if you cannot speak to a point that people are willing to face the bullet, you have not started yet. That was what he did. So to this day, Winston Churchill is noted as the most outstanding public speaker in the history of humanity. To a point that they said he was the only man who could commission the English language and send it off to war to other countries. That is what public speaking is. Start with a very strong story, otherwise you've not started. Attract the audience. And then the third point, stage fright. Research has proven that everybody gets stage fright before a speech. But how do you manage it? You manage it with your silence. Realize I started with my silence. There was a number of wars going on, but I was fighting it with my silence. You realizing very little. I hope I start on the right footing. All of what I'm saying now, I just prepared like 20 minutes ago. I hope I don't put number 7 before number 1. The point I'm highlighting now, I hope I don't put number 5 before number 2. All of those things have the tendency to create the stage fright. So as the last speaker who was online said, just prepare. But everybody gets stage fright. So it's not a big thing. It's not peculiar to you. Everybody gets stage fright. But the more you prepare, the more the possibility of you reducing whatever tension that you may not be seeing. I've told you to start strong. Always captivate your audience. Forget stage fright. So for me, I don't talk on all occasion. Rule number 4. Talk on subject matter that you have passion about. So if you call me to talk around medicine, you will not get me, because I'm never passionate about medicine. So I always tell people who are around me, even if you go out the double doctorate in medicine and it's enough for free, I cannot pay for it. I cannot pay it, sorry. Because I'm not passionate about medicine. I faint when I see blood. So, yeah. So yes, just yesterday somebody was crushed right in front of me and I couldn't eat for the rest of the day. So imagine me in a hospital ward. So talk on subjects that you're passionate about. If you talk about leadership, you can get me there. Because I've read a lot, books on leadership. I can stand and deliver. You talk about developing small businesses, you get me there. So talk on issues that you're passionate about. I hope I've not moved more than my time, my 7 minutes. And then lastly, close strong as you started. Close strong as you started. I couldn't put that into my 1 minute 30 seconds because I couldn't close when I've not started. Yeah. So there is this young man who was a very senior athlete in Britain. His name is Derek Redman. Now Derek Redman ran for Britain in the Olympic of 1988, and he came first in the 100 meters. Now he was the darling of England. So 4 years after, of course, he was the natural choice of England. So he went again for the Olympics. And then there was this, boom, you guys can start. Just 22 seconds into his 100 meter, he got an injury on his spine. And that was the end of Derek Redman's Olympic career. 28 years old by then. So all the other fans, his father, his spouse, came down from the stand to encourage him to stop running because there was this serious injury. But he couldn't. He kept running. He couldn't stop. Even when he kept running. His father came down and said, "Man, this is not the end of your life. You can stop this thing. Go get yourself a medication and come back." He said, "I am not going to stop. I am going to finish this race." So imagine the darling of England, 50,000 seater stadium, packed. Derek ended up running that race, even though he came last. But at the end of it, 50,000 fans in that stadium cheered Derek Redman. On that day, he didn't win a gold medal, but he won the confidence of the British. The publicity he got from continuing the one that came first. There was one thing in Derek Redman. Giving up was not an option, and he didn't give up. He ran. So in this business of public speaking, it is obvious as you're starting that you will mess up. They will boo you. They've booed me before. But the public speaking business stops when you give up. Derek did not. And then you cannot give up. So if you don't give up, then I see you, we meet at different stage in and out of Sierra Leone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael Mara. Please, he deserves another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. He actually mentioned a lot, and he said a lot, which we should take from, especially talking about silence, which he said is golden. Silence is golden sometimes when you occupy the platform or the stage. The mere fact that you're silent, it brings a lot of questions, a lot of issues that would be in a position of capturing the attention of the audience. He also mentioned that to start with a story. Be sure to start with a story like he did for Mr. Winston Churchill, and that could help us in being, in a position of setting the platform and never giving up is a key one which we noted. So, as a public speaker, never give up. Never what? Give up. Never give up. You might be faced with so many challenges or circumstances. You might be bored at a lot of things, but if you are determined that yes, indeed, we can achieve this, and no one is letting me down, you can. You, who said that? You can. Who said it? Barack Obama. All right, so now next we're having another speaker who will take us through another very insightful or maybe fantastic thing. Are we ready for him? Are we ready? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, up next we have the Executive Director of the Citizens Advocacy Network, who is actually a household name. Please welcome Mr. Thomas Moore Conte.
Hello. 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 Yeah, the join you now. Because they say hello, now you give me a hand. Let me start up front by registering profound thanks and appreciation to the leadership and membership of the Anti-Glossophobia Academy, an academy that I'm proudly part of, as you could see. I have my badge on, and I want to thank you all for making it here today. Let us clap for ourselves. I must make a disclaimer that I'm not an accomplished public speaker, but I'm only aspiring to be one. And so I have learned a lot within the short space of time I've been seated out there, listening to speaker after speaker, and I hope to improve my public speaking ability. Sometime in 2005, I attended a church program. I believe most of you attend church programs, right? And when you attend such programs, on the agenda they will have vote of thanks. And there was a particular lady, in fact the program was a women's Thanksgiving service. And the person that was supposed to give vote of thanks was the president of the Women's Congress of the church. But she is not educated formally. And when she was tasked to give the vote of thanks, she engaged a lot of people to prepare a speech for her. She engaged a lot of people, educated people, to write very flowery English language to present in the presence of the congregation. And when the day actually came, and the way the program went on, and now they call Madam Memunatu Bangura. I hope you know Madam Memunatu Bangura here. We called Madam Memunatu Bangura to give a vote of thanks, and she came up. She was very confident at first, and she started off by saying, Mr. Chairman, all other protocols observed, on behalf of the Women's Fellowship of this church, and people were cheering her up, hey, because it was unusual. They don't be known for speak the kind of English she speak. The cheering actually put the woman off. She thought she had done that. And what she started was looking at people around, frightened, glossophobic, trembling. Saying, on behalf of the Women's Fellowship of this church, everybody was shouting, hey! And the congregation was not helping the situation, I must say. And now she changed the statement and said, on behalf, on behalf, on behalf. So that was how she messed up, because she was glossophobic. So why am I bringing this story? We're talking about speech and leadership. This was a leader who was unable to deliver on her task simply because she was glossophobic. And that is why when we have the opportunity to be in an environment like this, we should actually be thankful and we should congratulate ourselves, because every day you learn new things. Now, for one to be a very good leader who inspires, who motivates, who mentors, one has to be armed with a very necessary ingredient, which is speech. And let me just say this, when we talk about leadership, most times we make the mistake to categorize leaders as politicians, ministers, or what have you. But I dare tell you today that all of you seated here are leaders in your respect. We are all leaders. You lead one way or the other. Either you're a big one in your family, you lead your small one then. Either you're a church president in a youth fellowship. Either you lead an organization in your community. You are all leader in your respect. Let us say we are all leaders. We are all leaders in our respect. So for us to be able to actualize the wishes and aspirations of our leadership capacities, there is need for us to be armed with the skills that make for a good speaker. A good speaker is one that is able to convince somebody who has had a perception, a fixed perception. If we're able to change somebody's perception from point to point. And how would that be done? And these are the skills that we'll throw light on, not all, but some. My colleague who left here actually threw light on some. I'll tell you that one skill that you should arm yourself with is confidence. A lot of people have blundered, have not been able to actually present their visions, their thoughts in spoken language simply because they lack confidence. So man can get sense, but if you get people for right, be fearful. But when you ask that person to speak, then you don't kill that person. So for you to be an effective and efficient leader, you must master a very important component, which is confidence. How do you master confidence? Is by enriching your soul, enriching your mind with knowledge, research. Our minds are tabula rasa, blank. Just as the born pikin knows have been nothing, but you store something, you teach, and the pikin learn. So every day you learn. Nobody is old enough to learn. Until you go to your grave, you will continue to learn. If you don't take calculated and conscious steps to master the art of speaking by way of research or practicing, it will be a daunting task for you to stand in the presence of 2 or 3 people and make a meaningful contribution. Raphael, who left here quite recently, made a very important point that everybody is afraid. Let me say this. Every speaker who is given a platform to present a case, except you, not possibly you know well. But if you have your senses intact, there will always be some kind of phobia. You have things playing within your mind, especially when you have people you are coming to talk to that are intelligent, like people I'm talking to now. People who can speak very good English. You know how can be a bull. People really pick utensils. You know how can be a jumble things them, and people really say, "Who's came out of mind?" This man come out. They play at your mind. You have a wall within your mind, and that wall leads to phobia. But what actually makes you to overcome it is confidence and mastering what you are about to speak on. That is one. Confidence and doing research. Secondly, there is need for you to know who you are talking to. Know the audience you are talking to. Very good speakers are very keen on who they are talking to. When I received the invitation, I was very particular to know the class of people I'm talking to. And these are youths, people within the same age range. We came for talk and understand research. And when you come, you know that these are people that are enlightened to a very large extent. So you know the language you speak. You don't come here and start to bombard people with jaw-breaking words that they cannot even interpret. That's not communication. That's not a very good way to speak. Speak in very plain and clear, understandable language. Thirdly, there is need for what is known as mind mapping. Good speakers always go, you peep into the mind of your audience. What are they actually expecting me to present to them? You peep into the mind of your audience. You should be able to sit in your quiet time and say, what will my audience be expecting from me? Or let's say you are going for a television interview. What would be a possible question that will be asked by the interviewer? So when you know that these are questions that will come, or these are the things that the audience will be requiring, will be expecting, you now prepare yourself with answers. Most times you prepare yourself with answers, like a good student will do. You study. They say if you copy, you know the study, what will happen? Equals to fail. When you copy, you don't study, it's equal to fail. So you should be able to map. You should be able to go into the mind of the audience or the interviewer. So good speakers are people I will say they get some quality of, they get some spiritual qualities of going to the mind. What you speak, we will make this person say, get time for listening to you, and not make the person bored. It's very, very important. The Rotarians, fourthly, the Rotarians have what they refer to as the four-way test. Very good speakers should actually imbibe the four-way test of the Rotary Club. So in what you say, you must ask yourself these questions. Is it the truth? Very good speakers should imbibe the culture of speaking truth. Because when you snap and you lie to people, you make them become disinterested. You lose your credibility, and what they want now is to see your back. Especially when you are talking to enlightened people. Don't underestimate certain audience. Some audience and they will pass you the time before them for talking. You're not careful. So you speak the truth as a very good speaker, and especially a leader. The topic for this particular seminar is speech and leadership. How the speech can actually impact leadership, either negatively or positively. So you ask yourself the question, is it the truth? If it is the truth, say it. Will it be beneficial to all concerned? What I'm saying currently be beneficial to the audience listening to me. If it is beneficial to the audience listening to me, why not say it? If it is not beneficial to you, why would I come here and start speaking football? Or begin to talk about what happened at parties or the club I go yesterday? How is that connected to what we are talking here? Is it beneficial? Will it be beneficial to you? Yes, will it yield goodwill and better friendship? Will my speech that I make here yield goodwill and better friendship. Now will lead to both. Both people will use to me to book stem pen de la come out this place. Your speech should be able to inspire people and not to put people in harm's way or in a state of dilemma, controversy, what have you. So as I conclude, because conclude I must, finally, as a good speaker, you should be able to know, you should be able to master the art of when to leave the stage. Most good speakers have lost their candor, they have lost the audience have lost interest in good speakers simply because they overstay their welcome on the stage. Say monotony is what? The enemy of taste. When you become monotonous, you talk too much with this, you make the people set against you. So very good speakers as leaders, time is very limited. I see Mr. Kawado Katima now. He's prompted me. I should leave. I'm somebody who likes speaking, but because of the exigency of time, I will not actually want to go beyond because I will not want to bore you. But as time progresses, I will always make myself available, and where need be, you could always contact me. My office is very close to this place. You can see me in 848, and we could actually have personal discussions on the way forward. Because I'm also learning, as I told you earlier, so I could learn from you and we could learn from each other. I thank you, and God bless us all.
Wow, thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Wasn't that amazing? Was it? All right. So actually, he said a lot of things, and I also picked up a little bit of the speech, something that will be very much important for us all. So first is developing the confidence when you're speaking in order to be able to master what you're about to say. So one step in combating the fear that you will get whilst addressing an audience is when you know what you want to talk about, and you can conquer that with confidence and practicing over and over again. And also you need to know your audience, which is very important. Knowing your audience, if now maybe people that be there, so I know that mathematical exercise with them. So that is it. You know your audience and you know what their interests are, and you'll be in a position to understand how to deliver your message. Also, mind mapping, which is also mentioned, is also very important. You gauge the people, you realize that they are getting interested or getting bored with what you're saying. That will also help you out. Okay, and another very key thing that he mentioned was avoiding the use of jargons or these big words that would actually confuse the audience. Now in communication, mass communication, they tell you about noise. Noise is not just a physical one that we create around with a lot of cacophony. Okay, I'm not going out of what I'm saying. I'm talking about not using that, but I'm using jargon. But cacophony, noise. So when you are in a position like you talk about things here, people don't understand. And then you talk, they don't know what you talk, so you affect the message. Okay, so let's be doing that. And finally, before we go to the next speaker, do the short exercise. Okay, so this one now also like exercise, now like story, yeah. Then three students there, then for go take examination. So we then for go because they don't study hard. Then talk say they go like say they go for marry. You understand? So they will take oil, that dirty oil, put on their body. Then we then go now and say the muska book dynamic, the no book can sit. So the lecturer back say, okay, not a problem. I will make una can sit the exam when una ready. So give them 3 days for them prepare. We don't prepare now. After 3 days, they call them. They don't go study now. Good. Now he puts them all in a different classroom, 4 different classrooms. He give them a single question paper. The question we ask is, oh, that's made, usai mutka work done, usai of mutka, then usai. So if not like them lie now, anything can confuse them. At the end of the day, they don't pass the exam because they don't know what they do. So now we're going to the next speaker. Now we're getting a lady. Ladies, are we ready? And she's coming to talk about a very important topic, something that's so dear to me as well, about poetry. So, without much ado, we have a speaker who will be joining us next, and she is the Communications Director of Strong Women Initiative, and she is also a degree holder. She holds 2 degrees, quite a great one. A promising lawyer and an award-winning debater and public speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Fatima Kamara, aka Fatty K. Round of applause, please.
You shouldn't have told them to clap because I would definitely tell them to. You should have clapped till I asked you. Be like, Tan, why did you stop clapping? Is it that we're tired or is it that we've been bored or what? But I don't want to even think that way because I am very sure, having been here for maybe an hour or 2, that the past speakers had been electrifying speakers. So we should be okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't want that. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. We are youth. We should be energetic. Be ready for things that will take us to our future. These are things that will take us to our future. On that note, I want to congratulate the team of the Anti-Glossophobia for such a very good initiative. We have organizations all over the place. I mean, all over the place. Everyone is an ambassador, everyone is a CEO, everyone. That's how Sierra Leone has been. But it's a good thing that everybody feels the need to succeed. It is a good thing. So my task here this afternoon is to train you guys on pointing. But I have little time now because I was given actually 30 minutes, but I don't want to, and I won't use 30 minutes. Because it's not too far to Juma. I need to go say thank you to my God. In any case, I appreciate the fact that I'm here this afternoon, and it's a pleasure being with you guys. But I want to know how many of you guys are points here? How many? How many points do we have? So does this mean you're not going to be interested? Because you want to become point. But it's a shock to realize we have just 2 points here because all over the place I see points all over the place. At times when my WhatsApp, I pretend not to see the points to be edited. I pretend not to see them. When I know this person is one of those who have to record me every day to edit, I look at the phone and I dodge. But we have points written by young people all over the place, and it's a good thing. But the problem is, how good are those points? Poetry had been in existence even before we were born. From the oral tradition, I was not fortunate to be in the nursery class, but for those of you who were fortunate to, you had your rhymes. That is where poetry starts. With even those rhymes, I don't know if I can sing even any. I don't know. But I think I can remember, is it, oh, your boat? Something like that. That's poetry. So what would that take us to? Is the very first question. What is poetry? And until you're able to understand what poetry is, you won't be able to write a good poem. We have different people actually giving us different definitions of poetry. But for me, my favorite is that of William Wordsworth, who is a famous poet. For him, he said poetry is. But we don't have points here, so I wouldn't want to ask, because I would have just chosen somebody to actually conclude that. But for William Wordsworth, poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. That's my favorite. You can see, I'm not going to actually delve into all that I had written. I deliberately did that for all of you, and I told the head of the group that he would have to share that presentation with you guys. So it will help you if you want to become poets in the future.
since it's a presentation, I'm going to be as brief as possible. So that's why I decided to use just one of the definitions. Because you will see that we have one from Sinan Vincent, we have another from P.B. Shelley. They are all poets. They are all poets, and it's deliberate to take their definitions. But for the general understanding, a poem is defined as any collection or arrangement of words that expresses an emotion or idea in a more concentrated style than standard speech or prose. You cannot write a poem, maybe in how many, writing 5 pages when it's actually not an epic poem, because we have very long poems, which are epic poems, and then you say you're written a poem. You have to be precise. Your poem has to be as precise as possible. Compactness. You put all your ideas in very short sentences. You see people write 14-line poems. In fact, even 2-line, it's a poem. For as long as it is able to explain the feelings of the poet, that is what matters. So we have been able to know that, of course, it has to come from within. You don't just get up and take your pen and begin to write, think you're writing a poem. There must be that feeling. Something must have ignited your feeling. But let's say, for example, looking at this drawing, it shows something that has to do with Africa. Yes, from this drawing. So I can look at this and then write something right now. That's spontaneous. It comes out naturally. You wouldn't have planned for 10 years that I'm going to find a drawing that will help me to learn. No. I just look at it. It tells me something African, and it tells me how well I can write about the beauty of Africa. So that's what poetry is. It takes out that feeling inside of the poet. And then we go to how is it written? How is poetry written? A poem. How do you write a poem? You write a poem, well, we have poetry is basically written in verses, lines, and all. Basically. Like I said, except for poems, which are very long poems explaining about a very personified character. As in a heroic character, we have Milton's Paradise Lost. John Milton, some of us must have read 1 or 2 of his poems. But there's a very voluminous book which is actually known as Milton's Paradise Lost. It's a poem. It's an epic poem about the story of Adam and Eve. How it all started, how they ended up falling, and all of that. But if it's not an epic poem, you cannot just be writing 500 lines or 500 pages thinking you're writing a poem. And then when you write epic poems, there are certain things that must be in that particular poem for it to be regarded as an epic poem. You don't just write. So how do you write your poems? You know you have to be concise. If you want to write something about Africa, you must have researched very well and know the few striking words you have to use. Because in those words, someone must be able to know your feelings. Few years ago, I was a teacher in one of the schools. Imagine a very young teacher. And then I was teaching literature. And one of the poems they were doing, then I think they're doing it still, is The Dining Table by one of Sierra Leone's finest poets, Banabon Haraway. And then a teacher, another teacher from another school, ran up to me that he did not understand what the poem was talking about. And I was like, am I the poet of The Dining Table? I said, well, okay, you know what you do? Go back and look at The Dining Table. I said, well, worst case if you don't understand, go to the poet and ask him. He said he was scared. I said, okay, I'll reach out to him. And then I said, Dr. Haraway, we have one of our teachers who are struggling to actually analyze The Dining Table. And guess what he actually told me? He said, Fatmata, I was even drunk when I wrote The Dining Table. That is just to tell you, he would not explain. Because he expected everybody to read that poem and be able to know what his feelings were when he was writing that particular poem. For me, I had done it on campus.
I knew basically it has to do with the war and all of that. But for somebody who had never, ever done anything that has to do with that, you look at it and begin to ask yourself, what is this point talking about? But what am I trying to say is that in few words, you should be able to write your poem and you should be able to communicate your feelings. So basically, you write poetry in verse and lines, and you ensure when you do that, you don't get your readers to be very bored. You don't, because even if it's not interesting, if it's short, you manage. But when it's not interesting and it's really very long, you don't even want to finish the first page. So basically, and then we have the types of poetry. If you can see from the presentation, it will actually give you the different types of poetry. I started with the narrative poetry. Narrative poetry are very long poems which actually give accounts of events, a series of events. But under the umbrella of narrative poetry, that is where you have the epic poems I just told you about. Very long poems written in grand scale, dealing with great heroes and adventures and all of that. From the word epic, you should be able to know what it is about. So they are long poems, but they deal with heroes, they deal with adventures, and they are written in a good many separated books. Like I gave you a classic example of Milton's Paradise Lost. When you look at it for the start, if you intend reading it for the start, you will not enjoy it, I must assure you. But give yourself reasons to continue. By the time you finish reading it, you know it will teach you so many things. And then we also have, under the same epic poems, we have the literary epic where Milton's Paradise Lost falls, and then we have the traditional epic. Traditional epic, basically, if you go to your internet and search for Beowulf, you will see it. It's a poem too. But they are not common poems. And then we have the mock epic. There is a particular poet called Geoffrey Chaucer. Geoffrey Chaucer is the one who wrote the Nun's Priest Tale. In a book, it's a poetry book called the Canterbury Tales. When you open the Canterbury Tales, you see tales of different people. It's a mock epic, actually mocking different facets of society. So even the epic is divided into three types. The literary epic, we have the mock epic, and of course, we have the traditional epic. And then we come under the same narrative poetry, we have the ballad. What do we mean? I'm sure most of us are art students, right? How many art students do we have here? Do not deny your praise, because I'm not going to ask you a question. How many art students? I am one, so feel free to say you are another. Okay, we have a few of you. You must have come across the word ballad during your time in school, reading literature. So these are poems that were originally songs. You realize they are poems, but you sing them, basically to commit them to your memory. Like they were doing for us, I told you earlier of the poetry, the nursery rhymes. Even the ABC. Capital A, small a, capital B, small. That's just a way you can actually commit the alphabet into your head. So that is what a ballad is. And then we have the romance. When I talk about romance, I know where your mind should be going right now. But that's not what I'm that's not what I'm talking about. I'm actually talking about poetry, so let's stay here. So let's talk about romance. They are poems of adventure, love, and chivalry, basically, and they employ elements of mystery and the supernatural. Elements of mystery and the supernatural. You know, basically, when we say supernatural, they are not the normal man thing. It goes beyond that. So we have a classic example of that, which is Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. It's anonymous, actually. The poet was never disclosed. But when you look at it, even when you begin to read it, sometimes it creates some fear even in you. But it's also part of the same narrative poetry. And then we have the ideal. The ideal is also narrative poetry that is usually found in a dramatic form. When we say dramatic form, it's always a shift. Most times you have this very strong persona in the poem, doing well, and then all of a sudden, that person is down. So basically, when you look at the presentation, you see all of that. And then we have the pastoral points, we deal with rural life settings and all of that. And then from the narrative poetry, we come to the second, which is the dramatic poetry. Dramatic poetry, you will see characters are seen as if in action. Molisho Inkas Abiku is a classic example of that. Talking to their Abiku child as if that child was there. So if you read the poem, you will see the drama in it, even though it's a poem. As if they're actually conversing. Or as if he is actually instructing someone, but you will see that it is a poem, but the person is in action. And then we have the lyrical poetry, where we have the odes, the elegy, the dirge. If you don't know their names, go and find them, we don't have time. And then we have the didactic poems. From the word didactic, we know it teaches moral lessons. These are poems that are not just normal poems. They teach lessons we should learn. And finally, satirical poetry. These are poems that expose the follies of men, institutions, and ideas. You satirize a particular institution with the aim of trying to get them to reform. That is why most times in those poems, they tell you the problems and they give solutions. Most of those poems when you see them. And now to the very important, I think, which is the part you should be concerned about, is tips to writing a poem. Tips to writing a poem. So the very first tip we have is learn what a poem is, which we are already dealt with. You should know what poetry is before you start writing a poem. And then secondly, understand your purpose. Understand your purpose. Why are you writing? And what do you want to say in that particular poem? You don't just get up and be writing foolishly. No, you don't. At the end of the day, you realize you haven't written anything that is sensible. So you should know what you are writing and what you want to say. So for example, if you want to write about Africa, what is it about Africa that you want to write about? Do you want to actually be able to show your readers the beauty of Africa? Or do you want to show your readers how corrupt Africa is? Or do you want to show your readers the falling standard of African leadership? You know what you want to do. By that, you'll be able to know the words that are really important in that poem. So that's it. After you must have known what poetry is, you know, understand your purpose, and then you choose your subject. You should always have a subject before you write. Always. Always. You must, in fact, not should. Always have a subject before you begin writing. Your poem, what are you going to focus on? Like I said, if it's going to be dealing with Africa, then you know you're dealing with Africa. That is your subject. You might take any title out of that particular subject, or you just name it Africa if you want to. And then we have the fourth form, which is brainstorm your starting point. Brainstorm your starting point. How are you going to do? You write down, for example, if you're writing about Africa, you write down the words that you can really find in Africa. For example, you write your corruption, you just write the words that are around that particular thing you want to write about. By the next time you come, it's just how to get those words together, or probably delete some you don't want to be included, and all of that. And then finally, it's not even final, we're going. Free write in prose. Write freely. Don't condition yourself. Just write for a start. Don't begin to think I need to be perfect here. I want to write a 14-line poem, which is what? A 14-line poem is what? A 14-line poem, our literature students. Sorry? A 14-line poem. You will not disappoint me. I don't want to believe. A 14-line poem in poetry. It's a sonnet. I expect all of us to know that. For as long as we have interest in literature. Those are basic things you just need to know. So if you want to begin writing poems, you must be interested in literature. You must be interested, because if you're not interested in literature, then you wouldn't make it in that area. And then you need to choose a poem format. We have people who believe in rhyming schemes. We have people who believe in fibers. We have people who believe in run online sentences. Those are different styles, different formats. But ensure you know the format you want to use and begin to look at those formats. You know now, for example, I want to write using rhyming schemes. Rhyming scheme basically is where the ending words of the poems rhyme. Yes, for example, night, N-I-J-T, and then you get K-N-I-J-T. You rhyme your ending, so they almost sound like you're singing something. Yeah. So basically, if you choose your poem for, and then you start writing for an audience of you. What do I mean start writing for an audience of you? Don't begin to think everybody's going to see this poem. See yourself first as the only audience you have. Because if you begin to think that way, you will realize you will not be able to even write. Because you feel you're not good enough to write for people to see. So let the first audience be you before you go public. And then you have to write one line. I actually told you of writing your words. So now from the words, you should have a line, a sentence. But I call it a line because it's poetry. It might not make sense even. Poetry is different from our everyday English. There are times if you want to know, go and read Shakespearean poems. You don't understand what I'm talking about. The first line, you notice in fact, you don't even understand the English that is being used. But poetry, like I said, is different from our everyday English. But you cannot write poetry if you don't know your English. So your use of English comes first, and then you go to writing your poem. And then we have, after writing your one line, you write the rest of your lines. If you're going to write a 4-line poem, which is a quatrain, you should know you're writing a 4-line poem. So what the first line should be, what do you want the second line to communicate, what your concluding line should be. So you write your lines, your one line, and then you write the rest. And finally, you take a break. At times we are so anxious to produce something to a point that just when you have written your first draft, you think you have written the poem, just publish. There are times when people send me poems to edit, I look at them and ask, in fact, this is not something I'm going to edit. This is something I'm going to change all over. Because as a poet, you must have done your editing. I had a mentor who told me, she actually taught me on campus, and she told me, you have not finished writing a poem until you look at it and realize there is nothing again to reduce or add. And you realize if you give yourself time after you must have written your first draft and go, you take a deep breath or walk, and then come back, you look at that poem, you'd almost change 5-6 lines. That's how interesting it can be. So don't just write your first draft and you feel you've written a poem. You haven't. Give yourself time, like I said, to take a deep breath. Yes, take time off that particular writing. Refresh your mind. You might even get more ideas. And then you come to the other one, which is edit or revise your poem. As a poet, you should be your first editor. Let the second editor barely probably have few editing to do. But it wouldn't seem as if I'm going to do an overhaul in your poem when I don't want to, because I don't know what you wanted to communicate. So you should have been the first editor of your work before I would do that. And then you read your poem aloud, which is the final step. Read your poem aloud. Alone in your room, if you have a glass, stand in front of it and read your poem. Know how it sounds in your own ears before it will sound in somebody else's head. That's the essence of reading it aloud. And at times when you even read, you realize you must have made certain mistakes, or some words do not actually come out the way you want them to come out, or they did not communicate the thing you wanted that particular word to communicate, and then you go back to restructuring the whole thing again. Now we come to the types of poems and poetry styles. You have different. We have the acrostic, which is the first letter of the first word on each line spells out a word. The first letter of the first word on each line spells out a word. That is what we mean by acrostic. And then we have first the haiku. This is the short poem. This is a specific number of syllables per line. So if you don't bother yourself to write, you have to give the presentation to you, so you just see, and I think you'll understand more when you read the presentation by yourself. And then the I am. We have poems that are actually categorized under that I am. You know you're writing about yourself, the personified area. You write about yourself, I am It's a poem. But every line starts with that I am, but you're communicating something. I am strong, you understand? That's it. And then, of course, the narrative I told you about that, and then we have the rhyme and couplet. The rhyme and couplet is the last word in each two consecutive lines, the rhyming scheme I was telling you about. You have two lines having AB, another one AB, that should be probably the same rhyming scheme till the end. And then we have the tips for writing your first poem, which is our final concluding part. How do you write your first poem? Write with feeling. What do I mean write with feeling? Write with passion. Whatever you're passionate about, you definitely do exceptionally well in it. Even when you are in love, it's only when you are passionate about your lover that you give your time. Am I lying? Am I? I'm not. If you're not, if you don't feel anything for that person, you don't even want to know. So write with feeling and then avoid cliches. Avoid that in your writing. These are words that have been overused to a point that they have lost their importance. Avoid them. For example, there's an example like busy as a bee. Those are just basic. Don't be using what people have used over and over and over and over. Then use imagery. Why do you use imagery? Imagery appeals to our senses. Yes, and it helps you to even reduce the volume of your work. In something you might want to write 5 lines, you just use one image. Imagery to show what you want to communicate. And then use similes and metaphors, which I want to assume we must know what we mean by similes. I asked for 40 lines, but nobody said anything. So am I going to really ask about similes? Okay, cut. Okay.
Simile is the use of using as or like.
Yes, that's it. Use them in a poem, using as or like, comparing two things with the use of as or like. And then we have metaphors. Comparing two things without the use of as or like. So basically that's it. I just hope that some of you will actually gain interest in writing a poem. But it's beautiful when you can actually write a poem. Why do I say that? For me, most times when I want to do, this is because it's a training. When I most times want to do presentations, I don't have time to write anything down. As somebody who, well, I'm not a passionate poet, I am not. I only write when I'm being pushed to. I just like anything works for people. So I keep my presentation in my head in 5 lines. That's what I do. I keep my presentation in my head in 5 lines. So by the time I come and then I know, for example, if I'm going to talk about public speaking, I know how to frame my own presentation into 5 lines, which gives me a point. In fact, I might even sing it. Even when we're studying, for those of us who learn law, you look at your cases, you divide them into letters. By the time you finish 5 cases, you realize you have the word SMART, SMART. All those letters symbolize the particular case. So that's what poetry can do. It exposes your mind. It opens your thoughts. So if you're able to actually get yourself into writing poetry, you know the world is in your hand. On that note, I want to leave you guys now, and I wish you a very good training as you conclude tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Fanti K, for that presentation. And hope you have learned and will develop some interest in poetry. Would you? Huh? Really? All right, so we're going to have a short break when someone is going to talk to you in a brainstorming session. You will have a lady, a very beautiful face. Mine is that ugly, but never mind, you're going to be entertained, okay? So please, when we come back, we're going to have the guest speaker, the final guest speaker, and we head for lunch. So at this time, I'll hand you over to a lady who will take you over for the next couple of minutes. So please welcome Sina Lamin. A round of applause, please. Yay! Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm good. How are you? So, my name is Sina Samala Lamin, to be exact and precise. I was the host for the session yesterday,
And today we had the lovely gentleman, Kawa here. So I'm gonna spend some time to tell you about myself, sorry. So I'm a student from Southern New Hampshire University, that's in the United States, and I am a curriculum design and public health expert. So with that passion, I'm very interested in education, anything that has to do with empowering youth with especially girls, and I do that by curriculum design because I feel like educational reform is what we need in society. The traditional education system that we have is not serving the country and it's not serving the continent as a whole. It is important to include how do we teach values and ethics to people? How do we make sure they include innovation in their education? So I wasn't here for the first sessions that have been happening. So I'm gonna, have you guys update me on that. So if you guys could, please give me a summary of the speakers that you had here today and the trainings that you have. If someone can please tell me a highlight. Who was your best speaker? What is something that you learned or something that you found interesting? Anyone? I would like to see more girls though. If you don't raise your hand, I'll pick you. Yes, a girl. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and you tell me what you've learned so far, a speaker that was interesting to you, and how you're going to apply that skill that you've learned going forward. Is it on? Can you try to put it on? Yes. Okay.
I'm Comfort.
Hi, Comfort.
Well, today my best speaker here is Raphael.
Raphael?
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy that came before Thomas. Yeah. Well, he is having fine saying when you want to say something, you gotta be confident and you have to make the people be your focus. Try to make the audience. Oh my God.
Oh, take your time, take your time. We're all nice people. We're all friendly faces. We won't judge you. Take your time. Yes, so you're practicing. We're here after all for public speaking, so.
And you use another word like saying don't give up. Like when you want to do something, you have to be self-esteem. Even if it's harder, you gotta push through.
Yes, yes.
That's what I like.
So how are you going to make sure you apply what he says going further?
Well, I can take it to my studying career. Like when I enrolled at ICANN 2017, 2018,
yes.
I quit.
You're going next.
2017, 2018, I quit studying because of some issues in my country. So because of that, my friends were saying, oh God, you stopped on studying, saying enough of things.
Yeah.
So that made me so angry, and I started blaming my friend because of that. And at the end of the day, I told myself, no, this should not be the end of it. I should push through. And at the end of the time, I enrolled again for another course. So I just feel like no one should give up on doing anything they want to do.
Yes, please, a round of applause. Thank you so much for that inspiring story. I myself get tired sometimes, I get frustrated. So I'll take your word for it and never give up when things get difficult. So anybody else want to share? Oh, the guys, I guess the females are overruling you here. Are you just gonna sit there and like look at them talk? Yes. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Like the speaker, I like first was Tumana Kisa. Oh. Because, yeah, he's a very good friend of mine, by the way. He's my CEO as well. So, like, he was talking on
patriotism and leadership. I believe in patriotism because like I'm part of an SL.
Oh,
So like
I was part of PAN when I was in school. This is nice to meet you.
So like what I learned so far was that we have to be patriots in our country.
Yeah.
We have to love and give what we have, let me say, to serve our country. Because PAN is working on a patriot campaign, which is combating corruption.
Yes.
Externalizing justice and all in all. So like I'm not just here like to just listen. I will try very hard to work towards that and from all the previous speakers, I will put everything in practice and work towards building my own self, speaking and also trying to give back to society in developing Sierra Leone because this is our country. We have to work very hard towards it and make it a better place for living. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that's what she said is actually really, really important. For most people, young people actually, when you have a conversation with them, all they want to do is to fly out of Sierra Leone and go stay somewhere else and have a better life. And if that's the case, if all of us are looking forward to leaving the country and go stay somewhere else, who is going to make the change that we need? And we need to be patriotic, and that's the essence of what you said. We are the ones who are going to drive the change we want in our country. We are the ones with the ideas. We are the generation that are going to actually push to make things get better. We cannot leave that on to the next generation, and we cannot expect the generation before us to do that for us. We are in charge. So anybody else want to go? I'm looking at the guy right now. If you don't put your hands up, I'll pick you. The girl. Guys, are you just gonna sit there and let them take over? Any guy? Not sure. Any guy? No? Yes, a bold gentleman. Please take us away.
Yes, I'm the Council of Institute of Public Administration.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. And then I listened to your speaker, but I was actually learning to speak Mr. Keaton. Actually, about patriotism and also leadership.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about patriotism because when you look at Sierra Leone today, it is in the, still on the cricket stage. The reason being, of course, we have problems with leadership and of course patriotism. People who have love for their country and of course even have care about their compatriots. I think these have been some of the problems with the country and its nation. And also when it comes to leadership, and something comes into mind.
Yes.
We have leader and have managers.
Yes.
Yes. When we talk about a leader only have a follower. Why is the manager have a subordinate?
Yeah.
So this is the problem we have in we have so many managers instead of having leaders. That's the problem we have. And I think I learned about
Yes. And I like that you like explicitly distinguish between a leader and a manager, because I feel like sometimes people confuse some people that are in positions of authority as leaders. You might have a boss, but that boss might not be a leader. They're just telling you what to do, go do this, go do that, but they don't inspire you to become better. They don't inspire you to do great things. So in that sense, they are not a leader. So thank you so much for that clear distinction. Anybody else? I'm gonna give this beautiful lady right here. Thank you.
Is it working? I'm Fatima Kamala, and I want to start first of all of this because we are late. But like I like to listen to that. And first of all, I'd like to start with the first speaker, who was Sheikh Fiska Kamara, with the fundamental approach in public speaking. He mentioned proper in planning events, effective performances, a person that fails to plan well, we have less chance of surviving, which is true. Because like in this life, you have to be planning before you put into action.
And then we go to the second speaker, who was Claire, who was Antoine Aketa, who talked about leadership and patriotism, which are both similar because they work together without being patriots, wouldn't be a leader. Because for once, you have to love your country instead of loving another man's country. And then we go to the third speaker again, who was Mr. Hussein Hassan Kamara, who talks about being yourself and being confident with what you are doing, which will help you to succeed in life. We had twins, and the one that I love most was the lady, Patike. I love her because she was a woman and she was the only woman that stood there and talked. And again, she was a she's a teacher. Because I'm also an aspiring teacher. Oh my God. I love her for that. Again, she's a lawyer. I'm an aspiring lawyer also. And she captivated me again. And she talks about poetry. Poetry gives our feelings, how we feel. Again. So thank you all.
Yeah, we should definitely connect you. You seem to be very much inspired by her. So one last comment, and we're gonna go for a short break. We'll have lunch, and we're doing that in a systematic order. After that, we'll have a small activity I have for you guys about communication, and then we can kickstart with the keynote speaker. So one last comment from a gentleman to close off. Yes. Good English. Yes. You have to stand up.
Well, and I'm Tabatiki, as a web developer and SQL developer, I've learned a lot today. And from various speakers, I will not mention a particular speaker that I've learned from you much, but all of them, you are able to cartoon me and I've learned from different perspective. And I wish to put it in practice. When I go to my institution, and I wish to convey the message to people that I've learned about public speaking, and which today my life has changed. Yeah. Definitely, I've changed. My life has changed in terms of public speaking. And I'm rest assured that I'm going to implement it. I'm not going to call it from it, but I'm going to implement it strategies as well. That's what I have learned.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. So if you ever wonder, what will be the one thing in life that you think will set you apart from everyone else? No matter which field you find yourself, what is the one thing that can make you stand out and be different from everybody else? Any thoughts? You can speak freely. That's a brilliant answer. I was hoping for your ability to speak in public, but she didn't give me a better answer. If you can speak freely. No matter where you find yourself, your ability to communicate and speak will make a massive difference in the field you find yourself. Now, we have many doctors in Sierra Leone. If you're on social media or you're around a young person, how many young doctors do you know? It may not be a lot of them, but do you know Wahid, for example? You know Dr. Wahid. And he's a very, very brilliant doctor. I think people know him specifically because he's a doctor who can speak freely. In your words, and he's a doctor who can communicate quite clearly. I mean, we know a lot of TV hosts and personalities and different people, but who knows Samuel Alcázar, for example? I think a lot of you know him because he's somebody who can speak freely. There are many presidents across the world. There are many presidents that we've seen in America and other places. But who knows Obama? Because we have a 6-year-old Obama. That is because Barack Obama can speak freely. When you master the art of speaking freely in a brilliant words, when you master the art of communicating, you stand out. No matter which field you find yourself, in the sciences, in the arts, if you're doing great with manpower work, for as long as you can communicate well, even at home, those who can communicate well will stand out. So today, we're going to talk about how, first, why is it crucial that we all learn to speak freely? I'm going to keep using the words like that. And also, we're then going to learn about how this can impact our lives, but also then how do we learn to speak freely? Okay, whilst we wait for the slides. I was going to say, I have spoken this presentation in 3 steps. At the first instance, I want to give you examples of leaders you may know in history and currently that have excelled, that have changed our world with their ability to speak freely and communicate. And also, I then want to give you a 2-step formula that I use, that I've used all my life, that I still use, that I will always use to overcome the fear and the challenge of speaking freely. So, I want to call this presentation the Anti-Glossophobia Leader. I believe you're all leaders in your own right. I can see your leaders in bright faces. I do believe in you. I believe you're all leaders. But today, we're going to walk out of this room as anti-glossophobic leaders, as leaders who are not glossophobic, meaning leaders who are not afraid of public speaking. Next slide. So as I said, this is the structure of my presentation. There's a word there I call leadership, but I'll talk about leadership later. Let's, please. So, why does a leader need to master the art of public speaking? Let's go back to the roots of our being. I mean, ours is a very religious country, and we are either Muslims or Christians in this country. In my opinion, I think Jesus Christ of Nazareth is the world's greatest speaker that ever lives. And I want to draw attention to a particular sermon he gave that is titled the Sermon on the Mount. If you read the Bible, it will be in the book of Matthew 5, 6, and 7. The Sermon on the Mount, one of the things that Christ said that I find most compelling was when he said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." When he said those words back then, everyone, like the Jew, the Pharisees, the rich, they were wondering, come on, we run the show, we're rich. As far as we know, those who have money, who have the means of production, are the ones that inherit the good things. You have this amazing picture of heaven. Heaven is this ultimate place that you presented to us. Now you come around and say, it's for the poor. Not even just the physically poor, the poor in spirit. What are you saying? Even the poor were confused. How come, Master? How come? How are we going to be the ones that will inherit heaven? You see the power of speech. When you speak, when you see that people haven't had before, in ways they haven't had it before, you can. And that was how Christ succeeded to captivate everyone with the Sermon on the Mount. And today, a lot of people, millions, thousands, decades, and centuries after, do believe in these words, do believe that whether you are poor or rich, you can inherit the kingdom of heaven. That's the power of words. They will transcend generations, they will transcend borders, they will captivate, and they will last forever. Christ was a very good leader who was able to use the power of speech to captivate, convince, change, and convert. Next slide. So the next one I want to draw attention to is one of the greatest speeches ever delivered in the world, which was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, his final sermon. And this sermon, the Prophet said, "O people, lend me an attentive ear, for I know not where after this day I shall ever be amongst you again. Therefore listen to what I am saying to you very carefully, and take these words to those who could not be present here today." This is hundreds of years ago. I'm taking those words to you, to me, and all of us who were not present there that day. And verily, he didn't live to see another year. And verily, those words were taken to generations after generations, even after he wasn't there. That's the power of speech and public speaking. Those seem like mere words, but those words became performative. So performative, I mean, it simply means something that becomes an action. When you stand on the pulpit, you won't get married and they say, "I do." I do is not just a word, it's a performative sentence. It's an actionable sentence. The words of a powerful leader who can master the art of public speaking will very become performative. And so, before I move to the next examples, I want you to remember that even though our religions and faith are rooted in faith, we in fact became faithful because we were convinced. Because our prophets, our leaders, were able to compel and convince and captivate us with how they presented the word of God. And in particular, if you're a man, I would say you need to learn Matthew. Read the book of Matthew, Matthew 7:7. For one particular reason, let me share a story with you. There was this lady who was traveling on a car in a remote area with this guy. And this guy, all he ever wanted was this woman. And then in the middle of nowhere, had a breakdown. And so they stayed in the same house. And all night long, this guy was just thinking, should I approach her and tell her what's going to happen? And then just as he picked the courage to face her, and he met her praying, "Oh Lord Jesus Christ, Matthew 7:7. Oh Lord, Matthew 7:7. He said, I told her, it's not born again. If I'm mistaken, it is grace." So he couldn't find the courage to face her. In the morning, she said, "You know the problem with my young man in today? One day read the Bible." He said, not to God. So then they finally fixed the car and they came to town, and then he asked his best friend, "Son, you know, say that you can pray, waiting at Matthew 7:7. And then his friend said, in the book of Matthew, chapter 7:7, the Lord said, "Ask, and it shall be given unto you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door shall be opened." He said, "Hey God, all I needed to do was ask. Anyway, next slide. I want to draw your attention to some of my favorite leaders of all time and how they've changed our world and how we think by the power of their speech and their ability to communicate. El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, commonly known as Malcolm X, said these two remarkable things among so many things he said during his lifetime. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Then he also said, "I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who for or against." These are compelling words that change not just the Black American population and the American thinking, but the world in general. I mean, I am a faithful Malcolm X convert. If you can see, I'm in my Malcolm X swag today. Obviously. So Malcolm X rose against some of the most powerful and popular people in society, including his boss, Al-Hajj Muhammad. He rose against the nation of Islam by preaching the deviation of their message. The black man against the white man. All against what? But Malcolm X said that's not the case. Rather, it is the oppressed versus those who are doing the oppressing, which simply means, really simply means, you can be a white man and you can still be the oppressor. But in fact, as he believed the case of Elijah Muhammad, you can be a black man and still be an oppressor. And the fight should not then be against just one race, but rather against everyone who is doing the oppressing. Malcolm X short. His message was really short as his life was, for his message really transcended his borders. His friends abandoned him, but he was able to captivate minds years after his death because of his speech power and how he passed on his message. Before Muhammad Ali, the great boxer, died, he confessed and said he had to shun Malcolm X because back then in the black community, if somebody has gone against the leader and they see you with them, it seems you're siding. So when they go after them, they also go after you. So in a public gathering, Malcolm X wanted to shake his hand. His best friend, he would do his hand. Before he died, he said it's one of the things he regretted the most. And he said Malcolm was thousands of years ahead of all of us. He saw the truth before all of us. He understood that it wasn't a fight of necessarily the race, but rather the good people versus the evil people. Next slide, please. Now I take you to probably one of the greatest speakers and motivators the world has ever seen, the King himself, Martin Luther King Jr. And I wanted to read this from his greatest speech, I Have a Dream, that was delivered in Washington in August 28, 1963. It was a march on Washington for certain rights that the black people were advocating for. He said, as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. When will we be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. No, we are not satisfied, and will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Many years after his demise, we are still not satisfied. The Negro hasn't received the justice that we deserve, and we're still not satisfied. His words live on. Malcolm X and the King have died, but their words still live on. They're still leading even in their absence, and that's the power of speech. That's the power of public speaking. Your rule, your leadership, your servitude lives beyond you. It precedes you. Next slide. I wanted to draw your attention to some of my favorite movies. As a young man growing up, I wasn't always fortunate to find myself the best of mentors, as most of you are today because you have amazing platforms and social media, or you can meet a lot of people around who want to mentor young people. It wasn't always the case during our days. So I had to find creative ways of motivation. Most of my idols then were movie stars, were characters in movies. And two of my favorite characters that I believe I molded my personality by just mirroring their character in those movies was General Maximus in The Gladiator and Prince Hector in Troy. General Maximus, in one of their most fearful battles they fought against the Saxons, the king had to call on him to lead the army. So he came from his post in the other side of the country to lead the army to fight the Saxons. He was a general that came from nothing. He was just a farmer. But the king believed that he was the man to lead them to victory. and he made his famous speech before that battle. He said, "Hold the line!" You should watch that later. "Hold the line!" And finally he said to him, "Stay with me. If you find yourself alone, riding in the green fields with the sun on your face, do not be troubled, for you're in Elysium and you're already dead." Brothers, what we do in life echoes in eternity. He was telling them, you might die today. You are going to die today. How does anyone telling you you're going to die today motivate you? It was how he said it. He said, you are in Elysium. Elysium in Greek mythology is their sort of heaven. It's where they believe that if you die as a hero, you die serving your country, you go to Elysium. And you'll be sitting on the side of Achilles and all the great warlords who have died. So he was telling them, you might die, but that's your purpose in life. And for that, you will go to Elysium. Whatever we do in this life echoes in eternity. That day, they crushed the Saxons. It was one of the fastest victories that they received under the leadership of General Maximus. Words, speech can compel, can motivate, can drive, even in the face of fear, even in the face of death. And Troy, when the Trojans were being attacked by the Greeks, the mighty Greeks, under the leadership of the fearful Agamemnon and his brother, to make it worse, they also had Achilles in their ranks. Agamemnon, as the story goes, had to sacrifice his daughter just to ensure Achilles joined them for that battle, because that's how desperately he wanted to win. Just the name of Agamemnon was enough to strike fear down the spine of any soldier, and now they say Achilles is joining them. This was enough to terrify the Trojans. And also, when you are wrong, you even become weak and terrified. And the Trojans somehow were wrong because the brother of Prince Hector had stolen the wife of Agamemnon's brother, Helen of Troy, and brought her to Troy. Everyone was scared. And Prince Hector, the valiant, the brave, wanted to motivate his soldiers to go to battle and charge against the Greeks. And then he said, one of my favorite quotes ever in his life. He said, all my life I have lived by a code, and the code is honor the gods, love your wife, and defend your country. With these words, he changed the spirit of the Trojan soldiers. They charged towards the Greeks. They almost won the battle. They were fearful. They almost won the battle that day. Had it not been for the fact that Prince Hector was fighting somebody he believed it was Achilles, and mistakenly he killed Achilles. And then the Greeks devised a way to trick them by leaving a wooden horse at the doorstep. And that's why when they see a Trojan horse, basically means you're kind of it's a virus, right? Something that will infiltrate you. And from that same story also, when somebody sees your Achilles heel, it means your weakness, right? Because that's where they could kill Achilles. My point is, with words, you can drive people to do things you don't imagine they will ever do. With creative words, with words that can compel. Next slide, please. And so, all of these speakers, what do they have in common? What is the commonality? First, there is credibility among the speakers. Christ was credible. We don't just listen to him, we believe in him as he's bringing to us the message of God. The Prophet Muhammad was credible. He was an illiterate man who could read a book and pass on message. That in itself was massive credibility. Their characters were almost flawless. Well, in the case of the prophets, flawless. Prince Hector was respected and he was a credible leader, unlike his brother. General Maximus was credible. Speaker credibility. When you want to convince and compel, your character, your personality, your image goes with you on the stage. People want to be confident, trust that they can listen to you. The second they had in common was the originality of their spoken expression. All of what I told you words carved and woven in almost poetry. Right? I hope you guys benefited from the poetry session you had earlier. The way they played with their words was very creative and intriguing. The eloquence of the speaker rhetoric, which is about the same way, right? The dramatic statements. Hold on! You need to be a bit dramatic if you're a speaker. Balance it. When you are dramatic, you captivate. You get people's attention. Get people's attention. Hold the line! It gets your attention. Be dramatic. The use of metaphors. If you can, use metaphors in your speech. Now, there was this conciseness of how they deliver their statements. Very brief and short. Really brief and short. Nowadays, people are very impatient. The best of speakers really will finish fast. Otherwise, people start hating you. Well, I hope you don't start hating me. I'm not finishing fast at all. I'm still here. I'm not by any means finishing yet. So, and finally, their messages were compelling. Next slide, please. Let's take all of these and put it in real life, right? Like real life. So Donald Trump versus Barack Obama. And I really want you to ponder this for a while. Think about this for a while. How you communicate as a leader can make or break a nation. It will cost lives. It will destroy. It will cause chaos for generations yet unborn. Whenever there has been a crisis during the Obama rule, whether it was a black man being shot or a terrorist attack, Obama will approach the points, and his statement will be that of calming. I mean, firmness, authority, but calming the situation, honesty, and setting the record straight. During the Trump era, we've seen how racists have become emboldened because when they kill people, you come and say, well, they're good people. I don't see anything as good people. He's reinforcing evil actions with his words. When Corona broke out, he was denying the use of masks and everything. He was like, a lot of people have died in the US as we speak because of bad communication by a leader. If it was Obama who was president for America today, it would have been a very different case. How this disaster has spiraled after the George Floyd death and protests never would have been the case if there was a leader like Obama. Obama took the world by storm. He became the first black president, amongst other things, because he could communicate clearly, because he could present his vision and the picture to everyone that people voted him in, black and white alike. Trump, rather, is changing the image of what we perceive America to be, the American dream, all the leaders of a free world and democracy, simply because of how he communicates on Twitter, during his press briefings, everywhere. That is the choice you have to make. Whether you're a public leader, you're a soldier, you are a manager in your office, how you communicate has the power to make and break. Next slide. So we've spoken a lot about why it's necessary to be a good speaker as a leader. We enjoy the examples, I believe. You might be wondering, so how? How then do I do this, right? How? My first step in my two-step strategy is to forget that you are on the stage. Forget that you are on the stage. Let's take a minute and do something. I want you to turn to the person next to you and just talk for 1 minute. Yeah? Just talk for 1 minute. Talk for 1 minute. Talk for 1 minute. Okay. Pause. I see you all enjoying this, right? You don't even want to stop. But when we put you on the stage, you want to get out of there. How does it feel? How does it feel? Relaxing, right? Did you communicate easily, freely? Exactly. Exactly. I spoke to you, right? What was the first thing I said?
My handwriting is nice.
You see, when you communicate at a private level, you relax, you feel free. My first statement made him laugh. Like, Sammy, I like if I don't do or laughing. You relax, you break the ice, you talk and everything. And then, why can't you do the same each time you step on the stage? Why? It's simply because of your overconsciousness. The moment you come up the stage, everything is running wild in your body. Adrenaline, you're like, oh, I'm on the stage. I'm on the stage. An earlier speaker spoke about how you become worried about your structure, your presentation, what you said first, what you might have forgotten, and everything. No. If you can land the stick, each time you step on the stage, you tell yourself, and you believe it. This is like when I speak to my friends. There's like when I speak to somebody, I'm interacting with. It's the same way I'm going to kill the stage. If you can do that, you're one step ahead of mastering the art of public speaking. Forget that you are on the stage. Don't be scared. Don't be frightened. Imagine you are with your friends and speak for you. If you can forget that, you will start doing excellently on every speech you do starting today. Forget that you're on the stage. Forget it. Feel free. Just go. Just flow. Forget you're on the stage. Take it out of your mind. Forget the fear of failing, the fear of blundering. I've been speaking here, and if you notice, I count in my head. I've made like 4 mistakes. Like I've tipped my words like 4 times. 4 times. I really don't care. If you notice, I just flow. I really didn't care. I don't care. I'm human. I'm not perfect. I'm allowed to make mistakes. And one mistake cannot ruin the rest of my presentation. No. I don't even, most times I don't feel the urge to go back and correct them. I just flow. Forget it. Forget it. You're human. Don't be scared of mistakes. Forget you are on the stage. Now, to the next step in my process, I want to tell you a story. So when we went to the university, I'm talking, it's like almost 15 years ago. Yeah, well over 15 years ago. Yeah. Went to Fobe College. Still a small boy with my friends. And this was when students' clubs was space for grooming leaders and educating people. I hope we can still get back to that background. So we had a session. Right. I can still remember the faces and everyone at that session. I think that session was in fact being chaired by the current Anti-Corruption Commissioner. So they called out one of our colleagues and said, okay, you go to the stage, and they called another lady from the ladies' wing and said, Sam, for God did you want to make you and I talk. Then he came and said, I say. We went quiet, everybody went quiet, everybody went quiet, everybody went quiet. This when I see him, I still say, I say. That's what he said now. I say. He wasn't able to say anything. He just pulled him to the side, and everyone was laughing and everything. And then they called another one of our squaddies, Alfred, who is late now, Dr. Jamil May's soul rest in perfect peace. Then he came on the stage, and then there was this lady, and he said, oh, how are you? What's your name? Would you mind? I want to take you out for lunch to Roy's one of these days. He was like, whoa. You see, what I learned from that day is that in public speaking, even if you're able to forget that you are on the stage, what you manifest on stage is actually your natural speech pattern. Because we came to learn later that is really how the other guy approached ladies. Anyways, I say. But with Victor, he was a natural. He was so good with people. He was so good with communicating. He was so good with girls. And that's how, even outside the stage, he approached girls. So that takes us to my next take in the 2-step procedure. Next slide, please. What's your speaking style? You need to develop your authentic speaking style every day of your life. If when you talk to your friends and anyone, you'll be like, you're not a magician. When you come up the stage, you will replicate the same because that's your default, that's your natural and authentic style of speaking. If you speak platitudes, you don't talk facts, you don't speak in a structured way, that's who you become on the stage. So even if you master the act of forgetting that you're on the stage, you're still going to be annoying on the stage. You may not be fighting, but you'll be very annoying, very annoying. A lot of us, when we speak, we annoy our friends. Maybe our friends tolerate us, but we annoy strangers. Our speech patterns are really erratic. So every day of your life starting today, you should practice a very relaxed, decent, fun, but eloquent and constructive speech pattern. Each time you talk, tell yourself it's almost an audition whenever you step on the stage. When you interact, you make the eyes. When I said, oh, Samuel, let's if I know, so we could laugh, you make the eyes. If you do that every day of your life, it becomes you. When you step on the stage, you don't have to change. You give them you, your authentic self, and your authentic style of speaking. 2 steps. First, forget that you are on the stage and bring to you your authentic style. Now you gotta be sure your authentic style is good enough. So every day of your life, practice and try to improve your authentic style. Try to be convincing, to be compelling. Learn to listen, learn to pause, learn to allow other people to respond. Be sensitive to your audience. Read their body language. Perfect body language. Respond to them. You should know when somebody is listening attentively enough or when somebody has lifted. You should be able to gauge all of this. Practice this every day of your life. And finally, I wanted to give you a few tips because I believe that after today, the next speech you have on any stage, you are going to kill it. Am I assuming wrongly? Are we going to kill the next speech? Are we going to kill the next speech? Let me hear you say we're going to kill that speech. And so, all you need to do is tell the story that connects to your audience. I think somebody mentioned something similar to this earlier on. Connect to your audience. As a rule, if you ask me to speak on something that I have mastered, I ask for more time so I can master it. But I try to research my audience so I know how I can connect with them. Tell that story, captivate them. Humanize. Don't think of your audience as the devils, as the critics, or they're here to judge you, or if you make mistake, they will post it all around on social media. Don't. Of course, we used to do that, but we don't do that anymore. So forget it. See your audience, human beings. Back in the days, we used to do that. I still remember stories, I'm not gonna name names, but we've had here of somebody who is a beauty queen and a party said that, and it was a DJ, and the DJ came and said, he was a moderator. I like your image. And then she spoke. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My sister bought it for me from England. Today I still remember that. But don't worry. Dispel that fear. Your audience are human. They make mistakes like you. They're not there to criticize you, they're there to listen to you. Humanize them and they help you dispel that fear. Perfect your body language. Move around. Let your audience relate to your body, to how you move around. If you're not happy, you're lethargic, you're sluggish, feel like sleeping. Be energetic. Be energetic. Be energetic. Practice. 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 And practice again. Just to make sure when you come in well prepared. If you practice, you're well prepared. You forget you are on stage. When you get there and you bring to them your authentic self, you are that post speaker already. Wait. When you speak, give yourself time to pause in between, relax. If you notice, I have a tendency to speak really fast. That is because growing up as a child, a lot of people in my family do stammer. And I almost did when I was young. One way to overcome that is to speak faster. And so what I do most times is I realize I'm going too fast, I pace myself. Breathe, relax, relax, pace yourself. And finally, accept imperfections. You're human. You will learn as you go. You will improve every day. One mistake is not going to kill you. Accept it. I told you I've made like 4 mistakes. So what? I'm human. You're human too. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. And finally, I didn't tell you before I started that I was probably the most timid boy in the room. I was so shy, like really, really shy that even when I was at my teens, if I have a girlfriend and somebody say for me, that's his girlfriend, I would deny you. No, 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 no. I would deny you. That's how shy I was. I've been practicing since then. Today, I can stand in front of millions, thousands across the world in different continents. I've been around the world speaking, training, teaching. If I can do it, so can you. That actually was me in Kono in 2010, delivering a training to a group of youths. Well, I was a youth myself, they were actually older than me, at the Fashima Hall in Kono. And that was me still practicing to become a very good speaker. 10 years onwards, I still make mistakes. Don't be too hard on yourself. You will grow and you will learn over time. If I can do it, so can you. Can we do it? If I can do it, if I can do it, I can't hear you. If I can do it, thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, that was a wonderful one. All around of applause. Another one, please. All right, I'm sure you actually have learned a lot from this session. And thank you again, Mr. Hamid Mara, for that one. And one of the key things that he noted were forget that you're on stage and also develop your authentic speaking style, which are very important key things. I'm not going to say much, but at this point in time, we're having the vote of thanks, whilst we invite the CEO of the Anti-Glossophobia, because he is the reason why we're all here. And so we're going to hear from him. Please give it up. That was Martin. Continue clapping, please.
Public speaking is a way of life and not a mere incident. It is with these words I want to say greetings and peace and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to thank you for coming through, and I'm watched in your face. We want to thank the Sierra Leone Accelerator for such a great opportunity. This hall you're sitting, they are actually the owner, and actually they gave us the platform. So we want to say a big thank you. And also to the participants, as you can see, there are thousands of people who actually want to attend the program. But we limited it to people who think I need of it, but not want it. What do I mean? People who are desperate about it, and not those who want it, right? Which means we want to make sure that we vanquish all facets of public speaking anxiety and dread and glossophobia. I believe one way or the other, at some point in your life, you might have faced glossophobia, being nervous, being shy, even thinking that, oh, I'm going to embarrass myself, I'm going to laugh at me. Yes, you've heard from different speakers, different trainers. I believe you are going to get a different perspective about public speaking. Now, implement what you're trying for. So, you can only become a good speaker if you
Of course, I say thanks to our sponsors, first of all, and partners. We have Access to Sierra Leone, Digital Islam, I1 Inspirational Moment, Motivational Moment with Lorenzo, Jeremiah Illustrations, Secret, Patriotic Advocacy, 97 Virgins, Tina's Bakery, and to the many other sponsors, of course. Many thanks to the technical team and of course to our camera operators and the rest of the people around. Thank you. And yourself, thank you so much for making it a point of duty to be part of this whole important session. I've been your host, Eric Kawa. Thank you.
Thank you.